Hello. Let me make some adjustments. How we all doing?
Who there?
Hey man.
How are we?
Doing alright. Wow, I look fucking tired.
That's why we're having nap time.
I tried having a nap today. I tried having a nap for about an hour and I woke up like 20 minutes later. I just couldn't get back to sleep.
Well, then we can have another nap attempt now. It's always more fun with friends.
I'm not napping with you, Silence. It's nothing personal.
That sounds wise.
My uncle.
Flop.
Hello there.
Hello, mate.
Hello. I too am in Klesher at the moment. I forgot that I had a crime stat myself.
Yeah, same, but I'm free now.
Yeah, I should be free in a moment. Naps destroy you there, Dirty? Mate, you're doing it wrong. You're napping wrong.
Attention! Attention! Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has completed their rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round of applause.
That crime stat must have been from our Saturday event. That's because you're waking up during the middle of a sleep cycle then. You need to plan your naps around your sleep cycles. And I just realized that I'm using the wrong background. What the fuck is this? Some good quantum jumps to snare. The most reliable ones that that we've found are pretty much just spline jumps from SMO 18 to New Babbage. Alright. So I'm going to be traveling up from Everest Harbour. Pretty much it's a stock standard method that we use to start off with. So we're going to be doing server scouting. So join a server. We won't form party yet. Just join a server and start scouting for targets. Just check SMO 18 so we'll be at Microtech, check SMO 18, SMO 10 and 22 and 13. If you find no targets worth hitting, log out to the next server. And we keep doing that until we get one.
Love
Kitty,
it.
hello.
Waiting right now.
Mongrel Aerospace. All systems online.
You see one. Bed logging. Bed logging's been fine. The biggest problem with bed logging at the moment is sometimes it won't actually it doesn't render the terrain when you're logging into the server, so your ship falls through and then you hit the kill box. But even then, that's still pretty rare now.
One ship at 18. Crazy.
Can you say that again? The start of your message was cut off.
Nothing at not one ship at SMO 18.
Okay. So
I head to 10.
Splattergo, what am I doing up so late? It's only 7:45 where I'm at. Hello, Mortimer. Hex.
You are clear to launch.
Takeoff complete.
Yeah, Diddy, I haven't had that issue with bed logging. Like, my character T-poses for probably half a second, so I just don't make sure that I don't press any keys while it's sorting itself out. Who did we lose?
Raised.
Eddie? Doing as well as I can. Mellow Wub. Mellow. Hello. 1 second. Lance, hello. Got a crowd slowly trickling in. How are we all doing?
Ready to take down some cargo.
Yeah.
SMO 18 and 10, not one ship. What is going on?
Some servers are like that. Others are teeming with activity. That's why we do server scouting.
Nice.
Just checking the server list. Seeing if I recognize any names. Iceman. An ideal Neil.
Yeah, he's deadly.
Not to be confused with not so
Maybe to
ideal Neil.
himself.
Alright. Yeah, Mello, if you do come across a target, buddy, let us know. We'll pounce in on it. Oh man, who else woke up? Or who else was expecting bloody inside Star Citizen today? For me, it's like I wake up and normally, well, actually, if I'm working on a Friday, it comes out a few hours after I wake up. But today, you know, I got to sleep in a little bit, so I woke up and I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch Inside Star Citizen. And then I remembered that it was cancelled this week because CIG is going to Gamescom.
Not sure.
And I was like,
I haven't been interested in the last several episodes, frankly. Like the advertising video. Can't be asked to watch them making something for an hour.
Star Citizen Live's that one is the one where they've been doing, what was it, the more dev showcases recently, but Inside Star Citizen, the stuff that they've been doing lately, I don't know, it's kind of like they're just putting in filler content until CitizenCon. Yeah, Cole, I saw your message in the Packrat comms. Was it Packrat comms? No, it was in general chat. In the public server, I'm pretty sure. I saw your bloody dilemma anyway. It's a pretty shit thing to happen. Like, crazy how your GPU just bloody went down like that. CIG devs hitting that Starfield booth hard, yeah. Oh man. I'm just waiting for like the next ship concept sale for CitizenCon. There's going to be a ship there that looks like one of the ships from Starfield. It always happens.
Is Starfield any good, or is it just like what's the idea behind that? Is it just like going to be like this game?
So it's a single player open world sci-fi game. I think it's made by Bethesda, so they're the same guys who made Fallout and the bloody Elder Scrolls series.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not going to buy it now.
So,
All I do is online. 10, 18, 22, nothing, not even a dead ship, nothing. Crazy.
Just
I'm not
bounce
sure where else to check.
Nah, just bounce servers. Those are the main ones. Pretty much just check those locations, and then if you don't find anything, bounce to a different server.
Ooh. BC Pest is above me. BC Pest, why does that ring a bell? What's he doing? Wish like people, you could see what organizations they're a part of under their name, because you don't know if you're attacking a friendly or if you're not familiar with names.
So
Bro's just check it in the members list.
Yeah.
But also,
I could take him down.
So yeah. In fact, I'll DM you the details on what you can do.
I appreciate that, because I can take him down right now. What's he doing? He's on autopilot. Oh my god, I want to take him down right now.
So you've got a potential target?
Nah, he's just. Wait, what is he in? I think is he in a Cuddy Black? What is he in? Too dark. I think he's in a Cutlass. Probably scoping out the place as well.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
That's what Howard fired the first shot calling Premium Edition's Constellation. No. I think it would have been a clearer shot if he had started naming the different constellations like Andromeda, Phoenix, and Taurus, and Aquila. If he did that, everybody would know.
Yeah. Oz server's dead. Oh no, I joined someone who was already online. Oh, Detson.
Just bounce to a
your
different server.
I've Asia.
Yeah, I'm gonna go another one.
Landing gear deployed.
The whole thing about Starfield being made by Bethesda doesn't really bother me that much. Like, they've had some shockers recently, but their past games have been alright. Thing is, for me though, it's like I'm still hesitant on getting Starfield. Like, it being single player doesn't bother me that much. If it can keep me engaged with gameplay, then that's alright. But coming from Star Citizen, I feel like going to Starfield would be a one step back. That all said,
Yes, absolutely.
if Starfield had online gameplay, you know, I would be going, alright, Star Citizen is being put to rest. Holy shit.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, from what I can see in the preview gameplay and stuff, it's obviously had a lot of funding and development to be a pretty good game. It's going to be single player, so there's not going to be as many issues as a massive online multiplayer, MMORPG, whatever. So, but if they somehow work that out, that'd be very interesting. I think Star Citizen just feels like it just needs like a steroid needle in a dev's ass to just like get on top of this shit. Like NPCs stacking in hallways. Like it's just I don't know. I don't even know how to. I don't know the whole story, so I can't judge. And I'm not up to date with anything. They could be getting on top of their shit. But it's just like, from a new person buying the game and coming in, you're just like, what the fuck did I just spend hundreds of dollars on? Like, the fuck? And before I met Alex, who brought me into pirating, I was doing a bit of everything, and it was boring as shit. Like, it was cool, like, if you wanted to grind bunkers, whatever. Cargo runs, whatever. Mining, if that's your deal. Like, you got options. It's like career options, that's cool. But I'm more team play, working as a team kind of deal. That's what I do best. That's what interests me. And when Alex was about to knock me out and take my ship, he spared me for a second and then literally just invited me on his Cuddy Black, and we just tore up a bunch of people and stole cargo. And I was like, what is this? That was pirating, dude. It's like, what the fuck's pirating? I don't know anything about this game, other than the basics. And he's like, oh, dude. And then the next 2 hours of history of just explaining everything. I'm just like, this is what I want to do. This is all I want to do in this game.
Mate, I've always said it. It only takes one good hit. Piracy is a drug in Star Citizen, and it just takes one good hit, and then you're hooked. That's all you gotta do.
I feel like I was given like the Matrix pill. Just opened up a whole, just more interesting, awarenessy, freaking. I don't even know how to explain it. Like all the other stuff, I feel like I'm looking down on a planet full of people. Like I've just separated myself from the normal stuff, but it's freaking awesome. I love it. I love the fighting. I'm just learning how to dogfight now. And last night was my first, like, when I first came in, there was already a C2 downed, and I came in helping to defend a little bit and then transferring cargo. That was it. And then last night it was dogfights, and it was just epic. I was like, this is it. This is it. This is what I've been wanting to do. Like, and not only that, but profits, stealing shit, teamwork. Love it. Love it. Love it. I wish there was more, because I'm on Australian time, obviously. Probably more action, because I guess the organization is based in EU, so like all the actions when I'm asleep, basically. But I do see that there's events like this happening. It's really good. Like it'll make it work as much as I can. But yeah, no, it's so sweet. I love it.
So, I'm Australian as well, and I'm the leader of the auxiliaries, Mongrel Squad, Pack Rats, and the Cartel.
What?
So,
Sick. Are you?
yes, I
Are
still.
you
I,
the leader?
Yeah,
Who's I?
alright. Ideal Neil.
There's a few people.
I was waiting for that.
There's a few people who are exempt from that rule.
How long have you guys been with this organization?
I've been here from the start. Everybody else has
How
come in
old's
at
the
different times.
organization?
So, the pack, pretty much the organizations that are on this server. So you're looking at the Mongrel Auxiliaries, which is the one that you've joined. That's the piracy wing. You've got Stellar Pack Rat Logistics, which is our legal logistical services organization, and then the Murex Cartel, which is our criminal logistics organization.
Oh, what the hell?
Those were all started at the start of this year, so January. They're all raised and they're slowly been building up. The auxiliaries have gotten the most amount of attention so far.
Because of the hell raised?
Yeah. Well, it's also we haven't pushed too hard to get our name out there, but the organisation that's central to all of this is Mongrel Squad, which is the one that started all of this. And that one has been around.
And
we celebrated our 9th birthday last Saturday, about a week ago now.
Oh shit. Jesus.
Oh, 30k.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is there any, like, in this game, is there anything like, is the organization or other organizations, are they just doing their own thing? Like, for example, say World of Warcraft, you have guilds, and there's guilds that are so big, that are so onto their shit, that they can do achievements, they can do dungeons, they can do things that no one else can do because they're not coordinated and not with it enough. So they can do those high-end dungeons and get gear and upgrade. So when we go to organizations in this game, what is the, like, is there an end goal? Is there like...
Contact on Borderland Sciences server. M2 or C2 currently on location. C2 currently near Estimate 22.
You've got one as well.
Yeah, what exactly they're doing.
We got action?
Yeah, alright.
Exit menu, join you guys EU server.
Silence. Are you on an EU server? More than
I
likely
have
it's going to
honestly
be.
no idea. I would pick best.
I just
Right,
joined
that's
the EU server.
EU 070.
0,
Shit, I don't know how to check. Is there a...
For now,
how
it's
do-
borderline silence, a friend request, and then you can join straight on them.
Beautiful.
I'm jumping on silence.
Deal's jumping in.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to menu and add
Landing complete.
borderline silence. Okay.
I think he recently bought and is trying to get his way to New Babbage, so he might be back by the time everyone's here. I don't know. It's really fucking dark, so I have no idea what's going on. But he is definitely going to Sky High.
Oh, I hate that. It's so dark sometimes. Borderline silence.
Thanks, Dirty Beard. Catch you later, man. Abba, hello. Mellow. So we've got a potential another target on a different server that we could end up helping out with. We'll join on silence first, guys. We'll start forming party once we get onto this server.
Game since 1 year, no affiliations, no orgs, no nothing.
Roger.
He's a band bridger.
Here, I'm back.
Yeah, I believe he's trying to find his way to New Babbage.
What ship you in? Silence.
Arrow, full distortions.
Okay.
Oh, you're getting your party.
What is borderline silence's in-game name? Is it one
What
word?
do you think? Yes.
Same without the space, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Roy, hello. And yeah, the Mongrel Corps is a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme that I'm building for myself, and Kate's got a walled garden. I'm building a pyramid, and by building this pyramid, I can put myself at the top. Just use everybody else to. I just step on everybody else to get there. It's so. Man, I'm gonna keep going on about that for years to come.
Caterpillar landing at 022 as well right now.
Caterpillar landing there too. Holy shit.
Yeah, the C2 has already jumped. And I just realized there's Caterpillar coming in and it's not what you I think.
Just by the way, guys, Gillespie here. I'm new, so if you any advice with dogfighting and shit, let me know. There's like shielding capabilities, stealth like there's a keybind to stealth my ship, something like that that I might not be aware of. I appreciate that information.
I mean,
We're using a
Take
saber.
some stuff later, man.
Sweet.
The easiest thing. Oh my god, how many party invites do I need?
You're getting all of
The
them.
easiest thing I can tell you now is if you see someone called Borderline Silence, don't shoot him.
Fuck.
That's about it.
God damn.
The only one you really need to know right now is make sure your shields and weapons are off, which are P and O on your keyboard when you're walking a target.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
Second
won't
thing
be
to know is
spotted.
turn them back on when you do want to fight.
Damn. Silence has got me. Alright, sweet. Can I get a party invite? I think I sent you a friend request, Border.
No, I'm not. You have to fight with Ideal Neil about that. Although Agent sent me one, so I don't currently know who's in charge anymore.
Gillespie, I just sent you a friend request, mate. Should have got one
You-
from Agents Lady. Just accept that,
Oh,
and we just.
Oh, I just got disconnected.
Yeah, we all did.
Oh,
Well,
Second time in 3 minutes.
I'm gonna go back to take my nap. Fuck y'all.
I had another target on 18 as well.
Is that like a sign that the server's probably not going to be a good idea to stay on for attacking and stuff, or?
That means that the server crashed.
You physically cannot stay on it. Yeah, it's crashed. You physically can't.
Oh, okay, it's done. Alright, sweet. So now we're scouting for new targets on other servers.
Yeah, wait for your
Alright.
game to realize that you're out of a server. Either you see that by your friends suddenly being in menus. I don't remember what it says on your end. Just give it a minute before you jump in.
What's the key things to look at when you're scouting an outpost, like an obvious C2? There are other ships that are like, oh yeah, this is go time. Like, what's some obvious flags that?
Normally,
Yep.
Normally, you'd be able to go into scanning mode and see what is on board the ship, but because Star Citizen is Star Citizen.
And how do you scan a ship target?
That's a good question because I have all set to keybinds. I'll check it for you in a second.
Nice.
Is
I
it V
appreciate that.
on a
I think
keyboard?
it's V.
V
Sick,
to
I
enter
mean-
scanning mode.
Oh wow,
You
I didn't even know that.
left mouse button.
Well, okay, sweet. So you can literally see people loading up gold.
Exactly, yeah. It
Yeah.
gives you two readouts. It gives you the ship and the owner and stuff on the left, and then it'll tell you what's on board it on the right.
Oh my god.
Obviously, you want to wait. If a C2's sat there, you want to wait till it's nice and full.
Mm.
Or you do anything about it.
My god.
We would wait until it takes off so we can chase it up into space.
Alright. Datsun, I got your old account as well. Jack wants to go trade gold now. You should totally do it, Jack. You should start trading gold right now.
Yeah.
Because you know what's going to
That's
happen.
my
We're going to be trying to server scout, and we will never get hold of you. But yeah, after seeing your message, Jack, about fucking the piracy encounters that you've been having, I'm like, maybe it's a good time to be a cargo hauler. Like, we'll probably get more fucking action. Mello, buddy, I'm trying to join on your server now. If that target's still there, I'll try and get everybody else to join on it too. He ran back to Armistice. Alright. See how we go loading on. Because I didn't do any voodoo get after that 30k.
Yeah, I think it's okay there.
Much wrestler.
Ah, there you go. Literally right now the message came in that was saved.
When you guys are server scouting, what SMO would you hit first? I think, isn't like 18, 13 the best prices or whatever?
So 18 has gold. That's the main one that a lot of haulers
Okay,
like
that
to
makes sense now.
tick trade. Bad boy Smo 22. Is that you, Mello? Are they talking about you, mate? Trying to shoot down unarmed noobs. Yeah. Guys, I'm sending out party invites now. Feel free to join on my server. We've just had somebody find a Tajay for us.
How's the server looking?
It's getting close to full. I'm pretty sure this was an EU server. We're sitting at 92 now. So targets.
I'm back on.
Say again?
I was just going to say I'm just quantuming down into SMO 18 on the Australian server just real quick. There's nothing there. I'm coming straight to you.
Roger. Right. So target is a C2. So more than likely, because it's at what's it called? SMO 22, it's going to be haul and barrel.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle
Nice.
is delivered to the following location.
I'm grabbing a mantis because my blue is on claim again. I'm assuming Mellow. Try and call you out. That's right.
What do you need from me, agents? Distortion arrow or cargo cap?
Distortion arrow. We're gonna need the. I want to brick this target. Oh, not brick. I want to disable. So if you guys have got loadouts with distortion weapons, grab them because we're gonna disable the ship. We need to do it in atmosphere. Ground it. Pop open. It's a C2, so we can just pop the rear ramp and then send some guys inside.
ETA 3 minutes. Arrow on claim.
Roger.
Nothing in Oz server. Logging in PU.
You're aware you have no animation, right?
How many QEDs do we have?
Mellow's in one. I'm jumping into a mantis. Top flip, you've got a
Girls in a blue.
Neil's in a blue. Roger. Top flip, you got a what's it called? Decked out, don't you? Hornet, distortion hornet.
Yeah, I got one. Yeah.
Bring that along then.
Am I right in the saber, or is there something else I can grab?
Bring the saber. That's fine.
Yeah. It's quick. I like it. I didn't realize it's the first light fighter that I've flown. It's fucking hectic. Alright. And not from the bed at port. I'll be heading out.
You are clear to launch.
Oh my god.
Hey, Border. Do you have a spare tractor weapon utility?
I've got 3 spares in legs and
But
chest.
can I grab one off you, please?
Not in now, Mr. So we'll grab it when we down him.
Yep. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Claiming my saber. ETA 3 minutes. Be right back.
Oh, the same.
Is it 18 or 22?
22.
Okay.
When the next patch drops, I need to make a bucket list of all the ships that I want to have, and then I have something to aim for with my money.
Sadly, all the ships I want are all in concept.
But you ignore the small ships just because they're like, oh, it's cheap and easy to get. But you still need to put them on your list so that you actually get them. You can fly around with them. But the Saber, man, I've only flown it a few times, especially the Raver variant. Oh, it feels nice. It's not strong, but it feels nice. Some of the Reliant ships,
The Ford
they're
one.
This one's already moving, is it? What the fuck is the outpost? This guy's moved like way away from the outpost.
Engaging.
Yeah, pushing down to him now. Come join us, Mello.
Are you going for a silent QED or?
No, I want to brick them in atmosphere if we can. Well, not brick, sorry, disable. So used to bricking targets. I'm gonna work on getting that rear shield down. Are they reorientating back towards the outpost? It looks like they are. Yeah, we're going back towards the outpost again. You're gonna fire missiles, make sure you call them out. They keep dropping noise. Rear shields are almost down. I think they may have lost the outpost. Rear shield is down. Keep pummeling it with distortion damage, guys. Hold fire on lethals. Hold fire on lethals. Alright, they are having power fluctuations. Keep hitting it.
That's the problem.
Alright, we haven't got them disabled just yet. Keep working on them. When we see the shields all shut down, all faces go down, that's how we'll know that the distortions are having an effect. Keep pummeling them, keep pushing those distortions on them. We're gonna hit the outpost soon. Unless he's gone in the wrong direction. No, that's the outpost right there. Keep pummeling him. Keep hitting him. Alright.
Briefly, armators.
Fuck, that guy is so lucky. Alright, what we're gonna do, everybody pull away to roughly 20 kilometers. We're gonna try and create some space.
Getting in my ship now.
Residual distortion damage on that target's gonna take a while to come down. Although we didn't manage to get a shield quadrant down. Or correction, the rest of the shield's down, so... Yeah, Jack, red flag.
I noticed... Yeah.
So it's, no quarter given. Hopefully get a fight out of it.
So just out of curiosity, the last couple robberies that I've done, well, the only other two, we've been fighting other people. Now, is there other pirates that are fighting over the cargo, or does the person who's doing the cargo have like a team of people protecting him? Is that a thing?
Could be anything, man. Could be other pirates, could just be random showing up. Like,
is there a pirate nemesis of Mongrels? Hillary? We have...
Used to be Overlord.
Oh.
Yeah, used to be.
That's long ago.
More or less, like, at this current point in the game, having Like all
You're
pirate
seeing the
crews
cutlass
will.
black flying away white.
Is it white cutlass black? It's gone now.
Yeah, the cutlass black, white. It just fucked off. Like as if it had an owner, but it was white.
Probably just
Didn't
broken.
have.
Alright.
Quantuming in on you guys right now.
Yep. Have we got another mantis here?
Holy crap! I just blew up. I was quantuming and I just blew up.
Yeah, you probably quantumed into the moon. The planet, sorry.
What?
Did you jump to a person or to the outpost?
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, that's why. Sometimes, so this is one of the many bugs that doesn't really get talked about and you only know about until you experience it. Try and quantum travel to locations as opposed to people.
Oh my god.
Anyone
Okay.
have eyes on me?
Yeah, old mate's still down there. Problem is I don't think this guy's gonna leave after this last attack.
Oh, I don't think so neither.
Oh no, he's
You might
moving.
get confident.
He's moving. He's fucking moving again.
What was the littlest pirates he's ever seen? So what?
How did he know?
Right, just to prove it.
He's just going to keep circling that outpost. We need to stay close enough to him that we can get him before he gets to the quantum travel ceiling. But he's going to keep like using this armistice zone. Alright.
Yeah, he's going straight back to it.
Yeah. Problem is with Beryl, he could go anywhere. And if he's smart, he's not going to go to fucking New Babbage. Alright, how do we handle this? Pretty confident that old mate hasn't seen everybody's names, right? So what I'm thinking is that we all move outside of detection range. Silence, you're in an arrow, aren't you?
Hmm.
What I'm going to get you to
By the
do... Sorry, say again, Neil?
Oh, I just got out of the seat.
Roger. Please. Maybe he's buying more? Hopefully he didn't log it. I'm gonna fly in just to make sure that old mate's not fucking outside the armistice zone. Alright, he is an armistice. Thought he may have tried to be clever and just get on the edge of the armistice zone so that he could bedlog. Alright. This is what I'm thinking, Silence. Can you go grab a cargo hauling ship so that we have eyes on the target? What we'll do is we'll move outside of, way out of detection range. I'm gonna charge up a snare. Right, target's back in the seat. I'm going to move to 30 kilometers above the outpost and charge up a snare, but we kind of need to keep this guy here for now until Silence shows back up in a hauler. What the fuck? The front of their nose just took damage.
Already hit a tree. Maybe they're trying to sneak along the ground. Do you want big hauler or small hauler?
Just go with a big one. It won't look out of place.
Okay.
Barrel hauler. Just look like another barrel hauler. Keep getting in the seat and out of the seat. No,
Maybe
if
it's
the
plagued with an audio bug.
no, Jack, I don't think there's anybody else there. We didn't see any other life signs on scans. If anything, old mate could see all our blue chevrons passively at the moment, so he's kind of just waiting us out. God, that's a cheat.
Coming now.
Look at that. Cannot lock target in arms zone. Yeah. So, for the Mantis, it depends on the server
another
health.
C2 at New Babbage itself, likely going to be en route to trading soon.
Okay. Old mate's taken off. He's moving around inside the arm assist. And he's just hit something. Again. What is this guy doing? Is that a Gladius? Top flip.
Where?
To your left. 9 o'clock.
Not seeing it.
Right, must be just a graphical bug. No. No, it's just for you guys coming in and out of passive detection for me.
I'm coming in now.
Oh, it's the other chair again. He's outside of arm assist. He's going for a bed log. Got a lock on him. He's out of the pilot's chair, guys. Come down now. Come down now. Either that or this was just a baiting maneuver.
Maybe.
You just got out of the chair again. Fuck it. Let's just push down. Lock in again. Start wailing on him. Get a shield down. Fire a missile.
Arginus Letty.
Agents. Yes. That is me.
Oh, you're... What the fuck? Sorry. C2, got it. Alright, full attack, let's do it.
Alright, get the rear shield down, and then we're going to focus fire on focus distortion fire. Neil, I'll get you to stay in the Cutlass Blue. Right, he's in the pilot's chair again. He's going to fly back into the armistice zone.
You're stuck in the trees?
Oh god. Keep pummeling him. Alright, he's back in the arm assist. It's alright.
What's his options? What would he do to get out of this situation?
Well, he literally just tried one of them then, which was hit the edge of the armistice zone and try and bedlog before we notice. Which is why you always use missiles to check. Oh, wait a second, he's just gone white. Did he just fucking leave the server? Or you just rage quit?
I'm not seeing anything on scan. He's not holding anything.
Such loser pirates, being cleverer than me.
So
No,
just
he's
real
got
quick,
barrel.
I press V. I got a circle coming up, bunch of little squares, and where would it tell me his cargo?
So you need to
Put your
scan the ship.
crosshair on it.
Okay, so I'll press V and then I press tab to scan.
No, tab is a ping. So you press V to go into scanning mode. You put your crosshair on the ship, and then you hold down your left mouse button, and you'll see a scan progress bar that kind of starts moving up. And on the left, you've got scan strength. So you need a good scan strength to get a full.
Legend, thank you so much.
Target left the server.
Holy crap! That's sick! It's got all this information. Oh, this is gangster. Why are you guys coming up as red targets for me if we're in a group? Is that just
Because we
Just
just
a hot-
attacked the C2.
Yeah.
oh, so you're hot. You're hot. Okay. Alright, yeah.
Because we are pirates. Or else already.
Okay.
Alright. We're gonna give this guy a couple of minutes to see if he rejoins the server and tries to come back to retrieve his ship. So, yeah, we're gonna do that before I declare this thing abandoned and we breach in the armistice zone. So just so everybody's aware, and this is mainly for the benefit of the stream, there's actually a policy across the entire Mongrel Corps about breaching ships in armistice zone. Essentially, it's if the owner of the ship is still on the server and the ship still comes up as owned by someone, then we don't breach ships in armistice zone. And when I'm talking about breaching ships, I'm talking about popping doors. So if the door's already open and, you know, in this case, we're looking at a C2. If the ramp's already down, then yeah, we board the ship, take it, fly off with it, whatever. But see how it's all locked up in that? Because it's still locked up, we won't breach the ship until we're absolutely sure that the owner is gone. So, and the reason for that is to discourage the use of breaching ships in armistice zones against targets who are already there and have no real way to fight back. Yeah, he's got the attritions. His pilot control weapons are attritions. I don't know if he upgraded the turret back here. Probably not. Oh no, he did too. He's put attritions on probably all of them.
Do you want me to come to site, or should I just set up in dead space for retrieval?
Set yourself up in dead space for a retrieval.
Right.
So with the scanning, I've got the overview, the name, health, mass, signatures. Where does it show me what he's actually got inside?
So far right hand side should say carrying.
Inside.
It can still it can be bugging, so you have to do it several times.
Okay. Yeah, I got full scan. It says max 100%. It's got all these information on the left, nothing on the right. Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah. Just change your position around the ship then. Just keep flying around the ship until you see it.
Nice. Okay.
It will eventually show up. Just gonna quickly land here.
What was the name of the guy? Cook something?
It was X Kulathi, something along those lines. Thing is that this switches from a piracy hit to just generic salvage now, because fucking it's an abandoned target.
Right.
I'm not singing on the server.
Could, in theory, when we confirm that he doesn't have it, take it out somewhere, blow it up, and just look for another target that's more interesting. That way he doesn't get
Thanks,
a
Meadow.
cargo.
Elliptica is not on the server.
Just gonna bot this guy and make sure that we got his name in the bot. No players found with that name. Might be a different spelling.
Be right back.
Around there somewhere, yeah. I just know that he had X's at the front of his name. KUL was the first 3 letters after that. Alright. There is the blue banana.
Take off.
Just gonna land over here. Alright, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab out a probably a Fury for this. But Jack, that's what I was talking about before though, like, you know, being a cargo hauler instead of a pirate for the rest of the patch, because you know, this is pretty... Actually, this isn't the stock standard way that these hits normally go. Normally, they take off, they don't bother fighting back. When they realize that they're going to lose the encounter and that they're not going to be able to get away, they just plow their ship into the planet. Yeah. 100% it is, Jack. They don't see it that way. Because it's PvE. That's what I'm going to do here.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Shouldn't be there. Shall I use a Merlin?
Do you want me to get a prize ship?
No, it's alright.
No.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been...
Silence, what ship are you bringing on site? Actually, no.
I'm not bringing a ship on site. I'm in dead space in a cab.
Good.
And I've laid the fucking table. Hex better be proud of me.
Your adventure, courtesy of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active. Launch successful. Landing gear raised.
You guys might want to move your ships back a little bit, just in case this gets a bit explosive. Holy shit, why are the lights on this thing fucking brighter than most other ships? Probably gonna have to smack this a bit harder. I'm trying to do this in a way where I don't fucking blow up.
Boy, are we glad that you're the one trying, not me.
Love to know how damaged I am.
Monday.
Is it the door popping or was it a It looked like a texture pop instead. Fuck! Did the door open? Yeah, the door's opening. Well, got the door, guys. Right. Just need one person to go on board that C2 flight out to where Silence is in dead space, and then we'll start transferring all the cargo out.
I do. It's okay.
I'll be down there in a moment. Right, for everybody else that's there with Neil, once he's in the C2 and in the air, just follow him out, and we'll all meet up with Silence and start moving boxes. The most enthralling part of piracy hits.
Welcome to
Not the
ASOC
previous one.
vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Visit us again.
Yeah, that rule about not popping ships inside of armistice zones or breaching them in armistice zones when the owner is present, like, there's no real defense. And as Jack can attest to in the chat right now, realistically the only way that you can fight back is by ramming whoever's trying to breach your ship. It's the only way that you can fight back, and you get in trouble for doing that.
The upside is your body is in the C2.
Oh, nice.
That is half of your wreckages as well.
Okay. My body's there, I'll throw an undersuit and that on.
My Caterpillar is decked out with 3 multi-tools with tractor beams on the cafeteria table. And there's also 2 Croxes in case someone needs a drink.
So watch out when you move the boxes with collision in the ship.
Holy crap. So, how do you breach a ship's door to get control of it like that?
Deal damage.
Oh, okay.
Engines offline.
Taking the power plant out of this thing, that's why I can't take off with it.
The issue that we have to deal with just now is when you're in an armistice zone, in a hard armistice zone like that, you don't take any damage from conventional fire, which is why we had to physically bump it with another ship.
Oh wow, oh, that's
when
awesome.
When you're not in the armistice zone, it's open game, so you can do it with standard ship guns, distortions. I don't think so, but lasers, ballistics. You can also do it with small arms fire, although it does take a considerable amount of time depending on where you're shooting.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered.
That's awesome. So we've basically got control of this guy's ship now. Cargo's on board. Now, do we just take the entire ship and sell the cargo somewhere? Do we unload it?
So we have to unload it now.
Cannot.
Okay. So we're going to take it.
Cannot sell from their ship.
Right. So we're going to take it somewhere safe to unload it.
To borderline silence.
This is where the pack rats come in.
I don't know why I didn't think of this.
What, do the pack rats do this?
No, like,
Agents,
I should have just grabbed...
the owner of the pack rats.
No,
But you don't know what their job is.
To the ASOC vehicle
I knew I was right.
You guys don't work. You guys don't do work. I'm just waiting for it. Right. No, I was my Caterpillar. I'm here at Port Tressler and I'm trying to pull out a cutter so I can go grab my mantis. I'm like, just fucking grab my cat. My body's already on the C2. I'll just bring my caterpillar as well. Alright.
If we use
So we're gonna-
2 cats, how do you want to park us so we don't get blinded by the sun?
Oh, just park it so the perk is pancaked to the star. So either top or bottom, doesn't really matter. Top's probably better, facing towards the sun.
What? The hell do you mean pancake?
Pancake, it's a bloody flight combat term where you present the larger side of your vehicle or vessel or fighter to your opponent.
Yeah, fuck you, Stanton. Here, take my weight.
You are clear to launch.
C2.
Why is there wreckage in front of my fucking hangar?
Someone wanted to remind you of what you have done.
It's a Carrack wreckage too. Good.
Who's flying the C2 so I can get there and help with unloading? Oh, awesome, sweet.
I'm scared.
That was good timing, top flip.
Yeah, man.
Shame I'm not recording. Neo?
Aye.
Wrong side.
Ah, balls.
Jesus!
Calm yourself.
Fucking hell, man.
Not used to maneuvering big ships in the pack rats. I thought that was your deal.
I'm not the one moving it.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem.
Did it hit anything? No.
Is there a reason why the caterpillar's flying away?
That's
No.
your caterpillar that's flying, friend.
No, just server desync, that's all.
Okay, I haven't moved in quite a while, but okay.
It's alright. It's just server desync.
Can you lower yourself a little bit?
Get this ramp open so it doesn't.
I think you should get 100.
Whoa, where'd that missile come from?
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Guys, we got incoming. Microtech. Engage that ship. Top flip.
Yeah, but I don't see it. Oh yeah, got it.
Mellow, where Mellow is. Fucking. I don't think the caterpillar is going to be that useful to you guys at the moment.
Are you guys near anything? I can't get a quantum lock on you.
Try jumping just to a different place and then try jumping to us.
Gotcha.
It's just a bug with the map. Yeah, Jack, we're not that great at piloting cargo because we only do half of it.
Now what's happened for me? Is he dead yet? I'm gonna presume it was.
Hey, Gillespie.
Oh,
Your chewing is coming through on the mic, mate.
I couldn't hear you. I was quantuming, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, when you're eating there, mate, yeah. What are you chewing that's coming through?
Oh my
loudly.
gosh. Sorry.
Yeah, ironically, we couldn't hear us either.
It's alright, mate. Most people don't realise until somebody says something.
Appreciate that.
It's alright, man. Alrighty.
I already have a fucking ghost cargo. The
Just
very
sounds like
first cargo I put on my ship and it's broken.
Seems like a skill issue, really.
Yeah, what the fuck did old mate buy? I need to teach him how to properly cargo trade.
It's just barrel. I'm gonna have to recalibrate the fucking my pedals again.
Okay, it turns out every single piece of cargo is ghosted. This is gonna be fun, guys.
Am I providing security or do I?
Yeah, top flip. You stay in your Hornet, mate. You can act as early warning.
Okay.
We're gonna get my body. This is painful.
Boy, I can't wait till the weekend. Just one more day to go.
You gotta stop living in the past, man. But it's nearly the weekend for me. It's only another,
Really?
what, 3 hours?
Your fucking copper internet ain't gonna win me over.
Actually-
it wouldn't have saved me. Like you're what? 10 hours, 9 hours ahead of me? 8
It'd
hours,
be
I think,
eight.
even.
Eight.
That-
Yeah, 8.
Yeah. That wouldn't have saved me from the fucking 12-hour work shift that I did last night.
So, Mello, when it comes to moving boxes, mate, normally the best way to do it is to get a bit of momentum with it and then just pull it towards you. And then just let it go for a bit. You don't need to pull it all the way towards you because the boxes will maintain part of their momentum. But yeah, pretty much we got Dats in here. Good old rum pig. The pulling boxes from the ship and throwing them out into space for you guys. I'll start helping with that.
Compare?
Just try not to hit the ship. Just give him a little bit of momentum into the into dead space and then voila.
Just be aware as you're pulling these boxes out too, any collisions that you have on the ship will take a small amount of damage, or cause it to take a small amount of damage. And you can actually, you know, eventually soft and hard death a ship doing this.
An advantage to taking the ship whole is that you at least have that buffer of soft death. We've been saved by that before. I think it was like a month ago or something.
So it's...
Oh, Jesus! Throw them all that way into the cargo, just let them float. Fuck me.
We are also going to experience a bit of desync as well.
One thing that we haven't spoken about a lot, but we've been trying to get used to in the pack rats, is when you've got a multi-stage system like this, where you've got people in the cargo bay and then people in the other ship, when you've put your cargo at least into the area where you want it to go, you let go and you just leave it. I want to try out how safe that is. Because you're not going to let it go whilst it's careening at 500,000 miles an hour towards the target ship. And that way, there's less chance of 5 people trying to pick up the same box. Because then the old owner of the box isn't trying to re-pick it up when someone else is already trying to grab it. Oh, this isn't really fun. Who the fuck is playing bowling? Where the hell did that box go? Like I said, you're allowed to let go of the box. I didn't say you to be an idiot. Park it properly.
This makes box moving more interesting.
Oh yeah, it makes it more interesting. I just don't want to die.
There's always going to be some risk.
A spare utility gun I can use.
Yeah, do you know where the cafeteria is in this ship?
In this C2?
No,
Or-
in the Caterpillar.
Which one, the red or the green?
Red.
The red one.
Yeah, head to the red one.
Yeah, I probably just said something really stupid. Okay. Yeah, I'll find it. Sweet.
You should be able to find it. The table's been set.
Sweet.
You better make some noises to show how much you appreciate and how much of an expert the table laying has been.
Okay.
Fuck! That's it! Chill the fuck. We can grab those ones later.
That's-
I was muted, you didn't hear me laughing.
Do you see these loose boxes just in front of the others? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I can't get them.
You can't get them?
Those
Alright,
two,
we might have to
yeah.
get somebody else have to. We'll have to get somebody else to
Well,
do it.
good thing we have 2 caterpillars, so we don't need to be ultra magical and fill up every single hole.
Yeah, that's a pretty good table setting, I will admit.
You're not excited enough, my friend. I do not expect. Okay. Without popping the mic, that sounds amazing. See, exploitation. I am a perfect pack rat. He says, nearly blowing up the C2. I mean, what?
Man, this is sketch as fuck.
I saw another picture of Beat Lead in his cargo hold recently.
Oh god. What the fuck? Yeah. I saw that too.
I'm
I
not
think he's
sure.
just doing it on purpose now, man.
Oh, I don't know. Something tells
Was that
me.
last night?
don't know if I want him as part of my team. I don't know if I can trust him.
Oh no, who threw that box?
So welcome to the box moving stream, everyone. This is pretty much 90% of piracy right now.
This is what you get for playing Red Flag and not wanting to extort people.
Fuck that. It's not fun.
That box just came out of nowhere, man.
Yeah, it's my magnetic personality. It happens sometimes. Man. I'm a little bit surprised though. That's the first time I've been knocked down by a box so far.
I had like 2 on top of you.
Hang on. Didn't a box get you killed like 2 years ago?
Yeah, and the guy who bloody was moving the box is in the chat right now. There's a reason why he's not in the chat, in fucking the party right now. That's why he's in a ship doing bloody security and not moving boxes.
Was it me? I have no remember.
Yes.
We need to like start re-advertising those videos to new people in the org. Like it was a few months ago now, we had someone, I just linked him to that and Tesseract, and he basically had an orgasm when he watched the 2 videos.
Okay.
He was like, oh, I'm gonna show this to all of my friends.
Good.
Got actually quite a lot of new people joining the org in the last few weeks.
Well, part of the problem that we're actually experiencing now is piracy has become a mainstream thing, and right now piracy is as simple as it can be in terms of like going after targets. Just got fucking knocked out of the ship.
Where the fuck did that box go? Who? What? Need some aiming practice. Fucking hell.
Yeah, only moving 300. 300 is nothing, Jack. This is 696 boxes that we're moving right now. So, just like, yeah, the cargo change is gonna make piracy a lot more attractive again. And what we'll probably see is less people willing to negotiate and more going red flag as well. Because it's like, oh, well, I can, try and negotiate and get some money out of this person, or where they'll probably say no and I'll have to do the next step. Or I could just pop them now and just move, 20 or so boxes.
With the desync, this is not 694 SU. We're moving fucking 2,000 boxes. Because I have to touch every one of them like 3 times. And I've got invisible ones in my way as well.
The irony is that with the additional cargo box sizes as well, what we're probably going to see is less desync issues. Because right now all these boxes need to be tracked by the server with their physics collisions and updates, and they have to be sent out to every single client that's in vicinity of it. It's a lot of data getting moved around. So by reducing the amount of entities and physics calculations that need to be done, the servers actually end up running better. And we should have less issues.
Good luck, boys. Still 500 to go.
Yay!
Thanks for that update. Never tell me the odds.
Jack, do you own a whole seat?
On the edge. Yeah. Fuck this, guys. I'm going to the other side.
You have a whole sea?
This was a mistake.
What the fuck is going on here?
Help me.
Oh wow, this server FPS is struggling.
I think my game character's ears just popped. I can't hear anything. There we go.
Party.
Asians.
Yes.
I was about to complain what the fuck is up with your ship. It looks like it's been salvaged. You parked upside down.
Yeah, I know.
So I tried doing a smooth EVA landing and my face smashed into the floor.
That was intentional, you know that, right? I knew ahead of time what you were going to do, Silence, before you even knew you were going to do it. And that's why I positioned the ship like that.
I just hate being outsmarted by you. It's just not normal.
But you'd just be used to it by now. Oh man. Honestly, I am a little concerned how trade is going to go in 320. Like, the introduction of the whole sea doesn't really bloody bother me. My concern though is like, with the cargo refactor, being able to move boxes so easily, you can use less people to do it. You can still use the same cargo ship assets, but use less people to move boxes. Because you only need to do damage to a ship to be able to disable it, you don't need as many people involved in an attack if you bring the right types of ships that can do mass damage quickly. Then you end up in a position where, you know, you got like crews of 2 to 3 pirates taking down haulers and making millions upon millions of credits. Well, the whole Sea Jack is literally just a big ship for moving boxes, like all the other cargo haulers. Like, unless like CIG adds mass to the cargo boxes and requires you to do like load balancing and things like that on your ships, I don't think it's ever going to be more skillful in terms of cargo hauling to fly a whole sea than it would be any other cargo hauling ships. It comes down to the trade. You know, how the economy's going, how people are trying to make credits. Yeah, my concern is that there won't be what, is there a dead body here? How did my dead body end up back in here?
It's out from above the boxes. You were unsmoking.
Probably leasing.
I threw that out of the ship ages ago. Silence, did you throw my body back into the ship? Try and smack me with it? I see you, Silence.
I did not throw the body into the ship to try and smack you with it, no. I tried to hide it on top of the cargo pile by just eating it over the top. someone's doing some pleasure runs.
Go off comms for 10 minutes.
Server FPS has improved a little bit.
To go.
Oh, Jesus. Like, you always get so far, and you're like, oh, you know, okay, doing good progress, and it's like, that was just 100 pieces.
What I'm hoping is that top flip scan is like bloody out of date. We're like 100 or so boxes ahead.
It's not. I'm on date. But I see the health of the ship 100%, which is weird.
Yeah, it shouldn't be 100%. Because when I scanned it, it was like at 80 something.
89, and I see it 100% all the time.
God. Ooh, one of these is... The fuck?
When I see your screen, agents, my eyes are bleeding.
What, from all the boxes being moved? Or the
Yeah, but just
terrible stacking?
such in a weird way to move them. Like doing alleys.
Move or stack them?
Stack.
Oh, yeah. I think there was desync and invisible boxes at play here.
I just got a hit marker, so I can only presume someone's playing around in my cargo hold.
Oh, there's a few of us on your ship now.
Invisible, yeah, but I was only moving in my boxes, so I think you're probably mine. There were so many invisible and physical little invisible boxes. I couldn't. That's why I'm on the other side. I couldn't carry on working in that environment. I was close to filing an OSHA complaint. however, lost your body.
No, it's alright, I disposed of it.
Ah, fuck, I put it in the front ramp, trying to scare you again. I'm kind of half expecting it to be stuck inside my engines now.
Well, looks like Neil time out.
Bye, Neil. I'm staying over at my girlfriend's this weekend, and I need some ideas for food. We've already got homemade pizza, and I've got another hit marker. I need some
Spaghetti. Breakfast.
Nothing boring.
Spaghetti's not boring. It comes down to what you do with it. You can make the pasta yourselves. Do you make the pasta though?
I'm too poor to make the pasta.
Just slow cook the sauce with pancetta. Oh shit, Asians, I'm gonna leave you there, man.
That's alright. We do have some floating boxes around here. Alright, I think we're at the point now where we could probably start launching these boxes now out to the other caterpillar. Because as we move these boxes here on the C2, as we start moving them further through the C2's geometry, we end up in a position where we've got a high chance of boxes hitting the geometry of the ship, doing damage to it, and then the ship going kaboom. So we'll finish loading up these boxes here on Silence's caterpillar, and then we'll switch to loading up the green cat.
And you're gonna start desyncing my efforts.
Yeah, the other reason why we use multiple caterpillars is it, diversifies the risk of the potential of losing the entire load. Also, it's just easier this way. Then, because the C2 has a ramp at the front and rear, you just put it on the spit, put two caterpillars either end of it. If you've got a large enough crew, you can unload a C2 quite quickly.
Fucking hell, yeah, no kidding. I turn around and there's 5 boxes outside my face. How did you manage to get a bolt going sideways? Also, I found your body, bitch.
Another one.
One guy. 300 to go.
Hey. Alright. So I'm just gonna close up your ship.
That's okay. It doesn't need to air out anymore. The fart was quite a while ago. Did you see the table that I laid, Asians?
No, not yet.
Good.
So I'm gonna judge it pretty hard now, considering that you
No.
you brought it up. You're very judgmental.
It's been emptied quite a lot of people have used it, so it's been emptied. I only wanted the new kid to look at it because he doesn't know any better. You saw his reaction; it was perfect. So you just judge it off the bat.
No, I'm gonna judge now.
Nah, fuck.
It's gonna be so. I'm gonna judge it so bad. What the fuck is this? Really?
I mean,
Bloody hell! We know we're on a Drake ship, but we know we're on a Drake ship, and there's only 2 tractor beam or multi tools with tractor beams and 2 cruise larks.
Yeah, the other one was taken. It was needed. See, a half laid table means the other half was already taken, so it fulfilled its use.
Where's the food box here?
What food? Wait, food box is missing? Oh no! Maybe someone already ate it. I'm sorry, I was hungry. I probably ate it myself. It totally existed before you looked.
Yeah, sure. That's not an excuse because there should have been an empty food box there.
Well, fuck you. Maybe I ate the wrapper.
You ate the wrapper too? Just started munging on the box. Talking about the 1SU boxes, by the way, not like, you know, the layout that Kitty had set up on the Reclaimer is what I consider the minimum standard, you know, now. Fuck, there's 2 boxes.
No, this is why I don't. This is why I'm not allowed to fly any of the important ships, because I'm also not allowed to lay the table, because otherwise shit blows up. I'm just the messenger. You're the owner of the org, apparently.
Yeah, I own the org. It's my org. I'm the captain.
Yeah.
And I think you need training.
I'm pretty sure you're meant to say, I'm the captain now.
I can't. Yeah, I can't do the accent though.
He's always been the captain, though. It's not only now.
Alright, we got 2 boxes over here. No box left behind. Man, I missed the saber. I wish they killed it. Yeah, it's my walled garden. Or my pyramid. My pyramid for my pyramid scheme. Time to go over the garden. Yeah, it's not going to take much effort, Jack. It's kind of like a garden fence. It's not even a good one. It's like one of those old shoddy chain link ones that's only waist high.
Alright, I've laid the table again. Should be better now.
What, on my ship?
Yeah.
God, I hear this bug.
Oh dear God, I just imagined what Beatle's table was going to look like.
That's not.
It might spawn some new PTSD among the American player base. I'm gonna have to deal with counseling. It's gonna go from 2.
Oh shit, we just fucking hell, we just soft it. That's right. Alright. I'm gonna move fucking Silence's caterpillar. just in case.
It's 200 to go.
Yo. Can someone revive me? I was moving a box nowhere near me, and I'm now incapacitated. I have no idea what just happened.
That's how they get you. I'm coming.
The fuck?
So many boxes? Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. Jesus, what the fuck? Thanks, dude.
That's not my fault. I wasn't there.
It's just physics collisions, Jack.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's the problem with the fucking... these boxes. Having so many on the ships.
I saw a message recently that there's supposed to be another new free flight. I don't know where they got their information from though. Is there anything public on that?
About what? What's in free flight?
A new free flight event in like a week.
Yeah, so it's for the ship showdown. Yeah. So when they get to the top 8, they do this every ship showdown. When they get to the top 8, they yeah, we should be safe here. When we get to the top 8, they do a free fly for everyone, so everybody can use the top 8 ships. Which is a contributing reason to why the Carrack actually gets pushed through so hard, because people want to be able to use the Carrack.
It's
Why
such a
doesn't
big
the
ship.
890 get pushed then?
Agnes, could Kestrel get a party then, please? A party invite, actually, even.
Party invite?
But
You want the lead already? Fucking hell, I make you an SO and you're bloody demanding to take charge of everything.
I mean, you can make me lead, and I'll immediately make it Neil.
No. Fix it.
See, Asians like the word voluntold, so.
It's one of my favourite words. Fuck the Carrack, yeah. That Carrack, like the Carrack is just... It's the ship that bloody needs to be rebalanced. Probably the most for what it's got. Like there needs to be downsides to it. And it not having pilot controlled weapons is still not a downside.
Dude, it's a fucking spearhead. It is a pilot controlled weapon. It's one of the first things I did as PvP when I was still a prospect. I was doing some casual cargo hauling in Carrack, and some people were eyeing me. They were outside my hangar. So I was like, okay, I have really fucking powerful engines. I'm just going to go full speed ahead, full boost ahead, and I just ripped right through him. He blew up, but because I was still technically in the armistice of the hangar, I took no damage.
Well, I hope you enjoy your 3-day suspension there, Silence.
Well, this was 2.5 years ago. There's no way they still have records.
CIG doesn't care. They were listening in. Chris Roberts watches this stream religiously.
Yeah.
He's sending an email right now.
It was an NPC trying to scam me.
Cool, mate. They'll check the records. We all know it was a player.
It was a mercy kill, alright? You need to be taught a lesson.
That's brilliant, Jack. I love that description. The Carrack's downside is that the ship invokes a cruel fantasy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to be the captain of their own ship.
It's a cool ship, you can do bankers with it. Productivity is decreasing. I see that.
What are you seeing, Top Flip?
Back that way, Top Flip.
Boxes, they are not going down very quickly.
Top Flip's the guy in an Amazon factory with a clipboard, standing up
Yeah.
over it.
I consider myself as a manager around here. Doing nothing and watching you doing stuff.
Site supervisor.
Dude, I've met people who somehow have always fallen manager or supervision role, and they've actually never been gruntmen in any workplace. They just somehow keep slipping in the supervisor or management positions, and it's, I wonder why, like, they are hated so much. They just have no idea how to pick up that broomstick.
Officially recognise the word gruntman.
Well, it's hard for them to, you know, pick up a broomstick when it's so far up their own arse.
Yeah. And not even knowing, and not even actually being conscious of it.
Well, that's because it's been there so long that they've just lost feeling.
It's just a part of them.
Yeah.
So soulless.
They don't know any
do
different.
well in prison.
I think one of the boxes got someone. Good.
Take it you picked up your prize from SMO 22 then?
Yes. Assuming you've come across my mantis.
Yeah!
Ow. Mew.
Oh, we lost Mellow. Alright. Yeah, we had this one give up on us. Or give up on themselves, really. They attempted an armistice zone bedlog. Oh, bedlogging just outside the armistice zone. I was too tricksy.
Oh damn, they countered my tricky little play with another tricky little play. Fuck this shit out of them out.
Tricky little play with fucking knowledge.
All those loser pirates, and they tried using a loser tactic.
Well, that's one of the problems that we've got now, is that a lot of players who are engaging in piracy just, you know, don't have the experience base. And it's actually, you know, it's not that hard to counter them. But it kind of, you know, flows into the fact that a lot of, you know, players who are doing cargo hauling just don't have a lot of experience playing Star Citizen either. So they end up, you know, not realizing just how much potential there is in the encounter and just giving up too soon.
back of that, two things. One, agent, yesterday over report, were you alluding to the potential return of the Warlock?
Hey, that really comes down to CIG making fucking distortion damage. What do you?
And the second point was on that last point you made there, with people not realizing the potential. I was messing around with a hammerhead. I was on my own. I was setting it up for an event this week. But I got attacked by like 3 or 4 guys. A bit of a mantis and all that. So I was like, okay, they're not really going to try and make me jump. But I didn't. I just refused to jump. Got in the turrets, took one of them out because he was stood still trying to shoot me. And they started moving. Eventually, they were using distortion, so shut off the turrets. But I like opened all the doors on the hammerhead and just jumped out into EVA to try and get away from the ship. And I was waiting for them to try and board, and they just didn't. They just went through, soft deathed it, completely blew up the ship. And I'm like, what was even the purpose? You didn't even you could have got aboard there, and they just didn't even bother trying. I was like, I was just a bit disappointed.
A good anti-boarding weapon for multiple hostiles that isn't the grenade launcher. FS9.
FS9. Shitloads of ammo.
Just FS9, hold down the trigger. Hold down shift to hold your breath. Yeah.
Yeah.
Silence, can you grab this box for me?
60 to go.
Corner. Nope. I can grab this one though. Yeah, this one works, thank you.
Oh man.
Okay, my cargo area is full. Fuck you. I'm gonna have a snack.
Yeah, so Jack, when it comes to any sort of FPS gunfight action, you don't want to be stationary. Like, you need to move all the time. Because in Star Citizen, Peter's advantage is huge. No, I'm talking to one of the guys in chat.
I was like, I gotta say something because I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's alright. That's alright, mate.
That's sweet.
Probably talking to Jack Axton on the stream.
Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Yep, sweet.
Well, yeah, Jack, Pika's advantage is in all FPS games, but it's pretty prevalent in Star Citizen. So it's one of those things where it's like, you're better off moving. And even if you're going to try and hold a room, you just don't stay still. Just keep moving. Even just side strafing is enough. Just constantly side strafing and things like that. Which is why, like, when you're watching, players, top FPS players when they're playing, they look like a kid that's fucking hyped up on sugar and with ADHD. Side strafing, but he's pretty much pivoting around and all that sort of stuff. It's so that they, make it as difficult as possible for somebody to try and leverage that Pika's advantage.
Oh, dude, I was doing some CS deathmatch this morning, and there was a guy doing scarily well, getting really good shots in, but he was swinging wide on his ADADs. So I just messaged him and global chat was like, yeah, you guys swing too wide. So he stopped swinging wide and just started annihilating everyone. And played with him for another 2 hours. And I decided to look into him because at some point I started thinking that he was just still that he toggled and was starting to cheat because he was getting some nutty shots in. Turns out it was a fucking professional player who's been playing, who won ESL 2014 and quarterfinalist at the Boston 2018. And I was like, oh fuck, I probably pissed him off. So I was like, alright, getting good now. And it threw me off, so I couldn't react. I couldn't pick up the pace and get warm, and it was fun though. Finally being second best in the server. Top flip, did you count the boxes that are inside the garbage patch in the middle? Because it looks like there's like 30, 40 here.
No.
You know what I'm looking forward to, and I think Hex would agree with me on this one, is scooping cargo boxes without it blowing up the ship. Because one thing we've been looking into, or rather he's been looking into, is seeing if we can transfer cargo boxes on the move so that you're not sat in one position the whole time. That would make unloading a C2 much easier. Open the rear ramp, let go of gravity, give it a little push, and just scoop them all up in another C2.
Well, with the changes coming in 320,
that might happen.
With 320,
is there any
the
changes
boxes are
coming?
going to change.
Exciting changes?
Not really. Like, unless you're a hauler.
It'd still be good though, even with the 32 SU boxes, if you can fill it up with, you know, nice shit and just deposit it somewhere and someone else can just pick it up and the transfer takes nothing more than 20 seconds.
One of the things that I'm anticipating that CIG is going to look at doing, especially after when we get the cargo refactor happening, where the new sizes are introduced, is looking for a way to try and slow pirates down.
C2 is empty.
Sweet. Yeah, that's just it, Hex. And from, like, I believe the intent is that player tractor beams won't be capable of moving the larger boxes. Now, I imagine for 320 they're just going to gamify it to start off with until they get ship tractor beams in. But once ship tractor beams become a thing, that's when we'll start seeing the situation where moving boxes slows down again, and having that ability to turn off the cargo grid and just, you know, float the boxes, push them out of a ship, and then, you know, pull them into your own is probably going to matter a lot. Well, Mello, because you crashed, chances are you'll be waking up at the last port that you're at.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. Anyone got a spare tractor beam with?
Yes.
Tools.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Attachment.
Yeah, I got just the attachment.
Oh, legend. May I steal?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll head over.
You want to grab these attritions? Size 4s.
Gotta head off for the night, guys. Fun.
Alright, thanks for dropping in, Datsun. I'll send you a cut later.
Easy. Cheers.
See you, mate.
See you.
Hey, man.
I'm gonna head to Orange.
I'm coming.
Reminds me, where's the other Aussie pack rats? Don't we have like 3 at this point?
Yeah, that was one of them.
drop it, or should we go up and then I drop it?
You should probably do it in the ship. Do it in the ship.
Stow away aboard your man.
MT protection services just spawned in.
Really? The moment I live.
Thank you.
Fuck you.
Is there somebody in a combat ship? Because we're going to need somebody moving the... What's it called?
I can jump back in the Saber.
We're outside of Comrade range. Oh,
Ram
God,
him silent.
Fuck you.
Battle pillar. Battle pillar.
Oh, he dodged it. But it looked like I hit him, so we'll pretend like I did.
Smooth landing there, Neil.
Is he dead?
Yeah, it's dead.
Okay.
Just happened. We had Microtech security show up just as we were all getting ready to leave.
What? What is that? NPC security, please?
Yep.
Oh, that's sick.
You need to destroy them.
Your cargo.
You need to destroy them the moment you see them.
Cargo ship.
Contact.
If they scan the cargo on the cat, it'll vanish.
Question. Is there such a thing as insects getting behind the screen of your monitor?
Yes.
Like, I swear there's something... Yeah, there's like a wormish kind of thing wiggling about. What the fuck? How do I get rid of it? It's like physically between the panel and the screen.
Just load up paint and just put a white screen and just blast it to oblivion.
I mean, it seems to not be affected by the fact that my cursor's there. I'm following.
Oh man.
Wow. I mean, thankfully it's thin enough that it's not leaving a trail. Otherwise, that would have pissed me off.
Jesus. You can get some bug spray.
How the hell am I supposed to bug spray it? It's behind the panel.
It got in there somehow. I'm sure smoke and air can get in there. Then you don't want it dying like in the middle of your screen and then it won't get out. Maybe you can put some honey or something on the corner of the monitor and
all the other insects that are also in the room. I have a fucking beehive growing outside of it. I mean, it'll make some good streaming content, but no thank you.
You would have to be careful of what you do put near it.
I don't want to destroy the LCDs.
It's looking at the wrong circle.
Can we?
You just did the meme laugh, yeah.
Can we blow up the Hercules? Just because it looks pretty when stuff blows up.
Well, I'm gonna start making my way down to Hurston now.
Alright. So what do we do now? The cargo ships are on the way to sell and it's us, or do we go and hope out another victim?
More targets.
Yes. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Currently we've got top
You
flip
wanted
moving.
away agents, and I just stayed exactly where I was, despite I was on your... fact I was on your ship.
Is anybody...
It's a security
is
feature.
it an orange run?
Yeah, it's an this is an orange run, it's barrel.
And okay, yeah, then head to Orange first, and we'll
That's awesome.
make sure it's clear there.
Alright, I'm gonna head back down to Microtech.
Well, come with us to Orange in case we need anything just there. Kind of let the loop. If it was going straight to someone like Grim, chances are Agents is not completely stupid and will make armor system be absolutely fine if he's attacked.
You're saying I'm partially stupid?
Reclamate.
A score?
I'm completely ruling it out.
I mean, you have
We
made
need to rethink that SO position.
I was going to. Well, Silence got the joke. Because you made me SO was going to be the loop. Yeah, so if he was going to somewhere like Grim, he's going to make Armistice before we need to worry about it. Most of the time. But Reclamation Disposal is no Armistice whatsoever, so he could theoretically be attacked as he gets out his ship trying to sell. So we just go and just pay attention and watch while he sells and leaves.
The other thing as well, we could come across another pirate crew that's trying to sell as well, so there's an opportunity for us to also get some more piracy in. Yep. But yeah, it's just a due diligence, you know, we've just stolen somebody else's cargo, so we make sure that we protect it.
Is that... Yeah, can my saber make it that far? My quantum? I'm sure their quantum drives aren't that long.
It's capable. Whether or not you've upgraded your quantum drive is another question.
Yeah. I put a EJ300 or something, I'm not sure what that is. No, I don't think I have.
That sounds like a power plant. You're going to want to get, I think, probably the Atlas or...
Ah, that's right. Yeah, no, I've got stock quantum. I can still try and leap it over.
Yeah, you should be able to make it on a stock one.
Okay.
You're gonna make it before I do, agents.
It's alright, I'll slow down once I get there. Wait for you to push ahead.
So quantum fuel is obvious. Hydrogen, is that for all movements of the ship? Or boost? Or everything?
That's everything that's not.
Interesting. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So I'm quantuming to you, Agents. Is it Agents?
Agents, yeah. Just actually...
Agents,
Agnes.
Agnes Leto.
Angus Sweaty. I'm a man of many names.
Angel Lily.
Angels Leany. Set your destination to Hurston. Yeah, set your destination to Hurston. Yeah. So that way you don't end up pulling out in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna stop short. Is Nelson still there? Has he been have you gone and harassed a dev at Gamescom yet?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have pirates or anything yet.
Yeah.
Hi, agents.
Don't go too far, Silence. The security isn't there yet.
Here it is. Top flip's right here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just arrived.
Yeah, totally didn't arrive 3 seconds after me, but yeah. See, I know my team. Oh, bye, top flip. Oh no, it's desync.
Neil, where'd you end up?
Who?
Neil, where did you end up? Did you get picked up by someone else? Did anybody pick you up? Okay.
Nobody offered. I felt unloved.
Oh, I briefly heard something, but I figured you'd got something already because you went quiet.
I honestly didn't even listen. Didn't even know that you needed a pickup.
Pretty sure I heard him call out to you,
It took
Kestrel.
me 2 minutes to realise what happened.
Sorry, Neil. I'm like, whoops. Sorry, Neil. I can't see you from up here on the SO land. Sorry, mate.
Hang on. Like that.
Hang on.
A lot of those minions.
I thought... Isn't Neo one as well, though? He's auxiliary admin. Not officer.
Yes.
So this is very true, yes.
He's an SO equivalent.
Ah, okay. It's part of the name of the rank is equivalent. It's not called SO, it's called SO equivalent. And it's like...
SO adjacent.
Adjacent.
Not quite there. Just off to the side a little bit.
I was also going to point out, if Crux was here, this would be probably the highest, what's it called, caliber, you know, people all in one place.
Most weighty.
Orange is clean. It's clear.
Good thing we've been told we actually need to, you know, join the grunts, otherwise we'd have all been sitting in the 890 sipping our cocktails, watching nothing happen.
Why do you think I've been messing with the hammerhead the last few days? I'm just going to go and sit in dead space and sit in the captain's quarters and my little top hat and monocle.
I am absolutely going to be doing that at some point. Like, once we have enough orc funds to afford ourselves, I'm genuinely just going to be pulling it out and just sitting there and claim it's part of the mobile harbour.
What, with an 890?
I was...
I will probably actually deck it out to the shit with snacks and drinks, like to the end that you've never seen, like literally every single piece of table.
Oh, you're talking about 890?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the hammerhead. I was like, the hammerhead's probably legitimately not bad, because if you actually man that thing, that's fucking dangerous. Short of a torpedo, like, it's a legit job. Kinda.
It's a problem though, you gotta find bloody 6 bodies to put in the turrets to really leverage it.
Yeah, at some point we'll have plenty of prospects coming in as well.
To be fair,
our interns.
We were doing it with 3 the other night, 2 front and top, and that was more than effective. Granted, it was still a little bit gimped, but A1 showed up and hard noped and left when he realised we were playing the same game as him with ballistics. Like, he just fucked off.
Yeah, he'd run out before he'd do anything to you guys.
Exactly.
Where's the cell terminal? It's too dark.
It's the same place it's been every other time.
Yeah, I'm not part. I see marker. 1,000.
Probably myself. Possibly me.
Just
Come in. Oh, you got my marker? I don't see anybody.
Right here. There's a thing. Oh, it's probably
there's a little shiny thing.
It just disappeared through the floor. What I think it seemed to be an Andromeda. So it was probably the Andromeda's little baby snub at the back.
Yeah.
And then
Don't put your nose in the water. You're skirting the ground there. Silence.
What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing?
He's snorkeling right now.
Talking about a space yacht wants to take the cat for a swim. Cats don't mix well with water, mate.
It's not origin ship.
Still failing to understand where this fucking self-haven is, though.
Can we come down and hover right on top of it?
Yes, please. I send people here. I don't stay here.
My bearings. This one here.
Yeah, my quantum ran out.
Oh, if only we had a Starfarer.
It's I think it might be best to just die. I'm not really near anything.
I'll I'll go pick him up.
Pick me up?
You attempt? Yeah, I'll come pick you up and bring you to Cerberus.
You might be able to find me just floating around.
Can't help Neil, but I can help his crop.
Yep, definitely be upgrading that Atlas.
Where can you buy one? Hero 2, I think?
The Atlas.
Yeah.
Thought there was only one place you could buy it from.
Let me have a quick nosy. If you want, I think I'm sure it's one of the Hurston ones. I can just drop you at one of the places you can buy, claim your ship, and then you can just change it.
Oh, a legend. That'd be awesome, dude.
I'll just check which one it is. I never remember.
Hero 5.
Hero 5. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be nice.
Be nice to the new guy. Yeah,
Insert derogatory auxiliary comment. Jokingly, there you go. I'm taking this. I fucking love the orcs. They're fucking like wild cards, all of them. It's hilarious. Was somebody doing something the other day? I can't remember what it was, but I was just like, we would not do this in Mongrel because it's more like, slightly more disciplined, we're a bit more focused, like we want to try and do things proper or whatnot. Fucking orcs guys, like, I don't fucking give a shit, we're going for it. Like, you go for it, pal. I'm proud of you.
Oh man.
How did you find your way here then? I don't know how to say it. Is it Gillette? That's what I'm going with. Gillette?
Gilletsky.
Gilletsky. How did you make your way to the auxiliaries then?
First I was quantuming behind the boys, and then I've already crashed trying to quantum to them before, so I stopped quantuming.
No, I mean, how did you like make your way into the org? Like, how did you find?
Oh, dude, yeah. So like, I was real quick. I was about to give up on the game. I did like pretty much every aspect besides salvaging, because you need a team or buy the ship with real money, the mole, whatever the fuck. So I was kind of like just doing mercenary missions, and I was like, man, this is just like, you know, I'm glitching out, I'm falling through the floor. I was like, what is this shit? I don't know anyone. Randoms I talked to in hangars for like 2 seconds. Probably the worst thing that happened was a guy, the first guy I talked to sent me like 20 million credits. And that ability to just buy a bunch of ships kind of killed the grind.
Yeah.
It just killed the grind. So later on I realized that, yeah, I was farming for nothing. I was just bored, spent all the money, got a bunch of ships, and don't even use half of them. So fast forward, I've been playing the game for a couple months, and then I'm trying cargoing now. So I'm on YouTube, and they're like, yeah, try my trade route, all this stuff. I was like, well, I've got a C2, I might as well use it. Do you want me to jump out into your ship?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
That body that you left silenced, bloody, is occupying my ship. Gotta go take it out now.
Yeah, so I had my C2. I did a couple gold runs, and I was like, this is like, I gotta wait so long to buy gold. And someone in the chat, global chat, was like, yeah, everyone's buying gold at the same time, and you'll never get a full ship unless you like take ages to do it, all this shit. So I was like, man, that's not even fucking worth it. This is shit. So anyway, I gave it a break for a couple days, and I jumped back on, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna give cargoing a go. I'm gonna try one of these YouTuber trade route bullshit stuff. And all of a sudden, I'm outside my ship, and I turn around and scared the fucking shit out of me. There's a dude standing behind me. I've never had that happen. I'm just like, hi, and he's just like, hello, and I'm like, what are you doing? And he's just like, well, I would knock you out and steal your shit. And I'm like, okay, that's nice. And he's like, but what are you doing? I was like, honestly, dude, I'm about ready to quit this game. I'm fucking bored. And he's like, you want to jump in my cutlass and go fucking steal some shit? And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. What's up? And then that was it, dude. Just like pirating for like hours and hours. And I was like, hope. He sent me the link, did application, got accepted. Did a pirating session yesterday, and now I'm doing this tonight. Just like I said before, bro, it just opened up. Someone did mention to me that, like, there's pirating, but as a new guy, like, new guy coming into this game, pirating's not even, like, a concept. Like, it's just not talked about, it's not nothing. I hardly ever got attacked by people on bunkers and, you know, stuff like that. Nothing. But I did remember this guy say, he goes, if you want to get into pirating, you actually have to meet a pirate. So that's why I was really excited when old mate took me in instead of just killing me. Not that I had anything to steal anyway, but he just kind of like took me in. And I was like, dude, I've heard about this pirating stuff. He's like, yeah, I'll teach you everything. I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, this has made my night, bro. This has made my night. And then when we actually did steal cargo and dog fighting, never done that before. Oh, dude, it was exhilarating. Teamwork, talking not on global chat bullshit, like you're actually talking on Gilded. And it was just epic. It was epic. I don't consider
Is that one of the
any.
dogs?
Yeah, it was a dude, Alex, I think.
Oh, Alex the Moose or whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah, dude. And it was just so funny. Like he could have just killed my ass, but he just gave me a shot, and now I'm dedicated as fuck. It was just like in that moment he chose to recruit instead of like troll. And that's just opened up a whole new world of like this game for me, where if he probably killed me, I probably would have just quit and been like, fuck it, yep, I'm done.
So what I'm hearing is, in one breath he did a nice thing, but in the other breath Neil needs to slap him because he was a nice person. We're horrible people.
We're
horrible people. You know about no. We're evil.
I get it, but evil needs members, and if I'm not mistaken, there is a recruiting thing going on. So
absolutely, yeah. I'm taking it.
Yeah. So no, I'm with you. But no, it was it was one of those, you know, really rare experiences you get to have on online games, and literally jumped out of my seat when I turned around in the darkness of that planet, and he's just standing there looking at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Woke up my kids screaming. Just flashing me in the face with a torch, and I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? He's just like, oh, yeah, I could knock your ass out right now and just steal your shit. I'm just like, okay, alright. He's like, but we're about to take some cargo. Did you want to go torrent on my cutlass? And I'm like, get me in.
Fucking wicked.
Oh, dude, it was so sweet, man. It was really epic. It was. I'll be right back. Pizza.
Did you go solo already, or?
No, I can't sell because I can't get this body off my fucking ship. That Silence put here. Silence, come and take this body off my ship.
Hey man, it's your body. Fuck you. It's not my problem if you eat so much.
It's not that. It just won't let go. It keeps returning to the seat. Try dragging it. Actually, that's good. That's a good shout. Drag.
Hearing all these stories of people getting pirated and getting experience, I genuinely sometimes feel jealous because my story was nowhere near as fun.
Yeah, I can't interact with it.
Might as well, you teach yourself up, you might as well carry on.
I fucking literally just applied and got in. Like, I played this game for 2 weeks. Never met a person apart from the new Babbage elevator's not working and having fun there. Tried all the missions. Tried my hand at bounty hunting, even though I knew I'm not interested in it. But I knew stealth mechanics was a thing and ambushing was a thing. So I went to Grim X to chase my bounty, and I got told politely by someone there to fuck off. So I went a little bit further away, tried hiding somewhere further away, and he came back to me again and said, "Dude, for real, fuck off. We're doing an event here." So went on the Spectrum, looked for I wanted to Google org event, Grim Hex, Star Citizen, and then Mongrel Squad came up because the description had something on it. And I applied, and that was it. There's literally nothing else to it.
Are you moving that body size?
I'm currently holding the body according to me, yes.
Okay.
It's teleporting back, but I have an idea. Have you been using track the beam or detach mode?
Detach.
Maybe the track the beam will work better.
My initial interest in Mongrel at all was I pledged a long while ago, and then it took me a year or two to get in. When I did, signed up with a shall not be named blobbish org, but started going up through there trying to do it. And basically, I came from a pirate game previously. I was like, you know what? I'm going to turn over a new leaf. I'm going to be a good boy in this game. And I went through the whole thing, and I fell into trying to do counter piracy tactics. I'm going to watch all these videos, learn all these tactics, and try and learn to perform them. Then we can try and counter them and all sort of shit. And the org in question were like, nah, you can't do any sort of blue on blue stuff. You're not allowed to do that. That's piracy. You can't do that. No, bad. Oh shit! I've just realised my passenger's gonna have a crime stat, isn't he?
What, level 3? You shouldn't.
Passenger?
Oh,
I'm being
Neil.
attacked by the station. No. Jeletsky?
Gillespie.
Oh, yeah, I think he's got a crime stat. 3. Thank you. Well, certainly got aggression because I'm being missiled right now. See if I can make it in.
Symphony of Destruction, Kestrel.
Yeah, Symphony of Destruction, that was one of the ones shortly after I joined. And that is said org. But, oh shit, this is not going to go down well for me. Trying to land in the hangar while being shot at by all these shit. Alright, we're in. Made it. Yeah, so I had to go quiet then, focus. I was playing in that other org, and they were just like, nah, you can't do that, answer that shit. I pushed so hard to try and look, just try this, learn all this stuff. Nope, not allowed to do that. So I was like, right, fuck it, I'm leaving. And then I joined, and when I joined up on Mongrel, I was like, nah. If that's the way the legal side of the stuff works, you can't do all that stuff, fuck it. And I just sort of back to my old ways. Never turn back. There you go.
Yeah, that's quite a surprising amount of people have had a similar situation where their org was absolutely adamant that you can't do anything along those lines, even under the explanation of it's to learn how it works so we can protect against it, like our namesake apparently is.
Oh shit, we're here.
Yeah. Gal, do you have a crime stat 3? Jeletsky?
No, brother, I'm back.
Do you have a crime stat 3?
I've got no crime stat.
Why was I getting shot at then? I've got a CS1, but I shouldn't be getting shot at for a CS1.
Getting profiled.
Oh.
Just
The station's
be
profiled.
careful when you claim your ship, buy the component, do all the stuff you need to do, but just in case there's some bug on you, it might be me, in which case I'll be fine. When you leave the hangar, make sure the doors open fully and fly out very quick, just in case you've got aggression.
Just get out of there.
Slowly, you're gonna get nuked. Yeah.
Oh shit. Alright, we'll do. What's the plan? Are we still escorting? Are we going back to?
I think they still need us over there. So yeah.
Okay. Yep.
List.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we've still got a ship on the ground. That's waiting to sell. We gotta wait for the next tick to sell the last remaining barrel.
Oh.
Nice. Thanks for the lift, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, now I'm gonna try and find.
I was cursing you
weapons
for the crime. I got shot at on the way in.
Oh, were you?
Do we want to leave a message for Rio?
Actually, that's pretty funny.
Can you open the Kovalix locker, agents?
No, it'll say that you can't. Unless you got a mission.
Oh,
The
really?
buttons won't work.
Oh, you can't even open? Oh, boo. No. Well, your body keeps teleporting to the place you left him on the floor, but at least he's out of the ship.
That's all I care about.
No.
I realize why I've been banished from doing so many things, right?
Yeah, it might be Gillespie because I've not been shot at when leaving.
My crime stat on the computer, 0, no fines.
Okay. Well, possibly just an
following.
aggression bug. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Stupid fucking bug.
I did that as well.
How did Neil find his way to Mongrel Squad?
All the cargo has been sold.
Great.
Neil asleep? Neil? He's asleep. Okay. And then top flip, story time.
I saw a man. His name was Agnes Leto. I thought he was cool, and I joined.
And then afterwards he learnt the truth.
Yeah. Revelation.
Oh god.
No, actually, I was doing piracy on my own, and
You're
I
on.
was
Shit.
I was doing that solo, and I was kind of new to the game at that time, so I was just watching tutorials on piracy on YouTube, and I discovered the channels of Baron. Who was speaking about mongrels, so I joined.
That's sick. So Agnes, are you? I'm not sure if you were joking before, but are you like the leader of the mongrel? What are we? The
Mongrel Corps.
Sorry, you glitched out.
The Mongrel Corps,
He-
but he is.
he
That's why I was
pretends.
complaining earlier that he was pretending to be the leader of all the orcs. He's not. That's me.
Uh,
Well, my name is different. That's why I've got the blue and red.
oh gosh.
So
Ignore the fact that Agent is the only one that has a fire.
Because I was like, I thought this org was like EU.
Nope.
The Australian dude is running it?
It's international.
yeah.
Ah.
So there are NA members, there are North American members or members from the Americas. EU
Definitely.
has probably the most presence at the moment.
Hmm.
But we're slowly building the NA capabilities as well.
Nice.
But yeah, recruiting Aussies is it's a lot more difficult because there's not as many of us, and a lot of them prefer to just play on their own.
That's true.
And there is
You're
that
interactive
guy.
with most of them. Most of them don't like you.
That's the other problem. I gotta stop pirating them. Well, we had like we've got 3 Aussie guys that joined the Pack Rats. 2 of them we had pirated, so one of them was playing with us tonight.
Is that guy Northern Light was the name? Did he went for piracy ops already, or?
I think he showed up for 1. We haven't seen him since. Yeah, like we've actually pirated people before and then recruited them later.
There's quite a lot of people that have that story.
Yeah,
We took one of them to Vegas, didn't we?
apparently. Oh man.
Yeah, we even got Africans. That's true. That's true.
My deal is back.
Neil,
Miss.
you need to tell us a story.
Story.
Yeah, how did you find Mongrel Squad, Neil?
How did I find Mongrel Squad? I like to consider myself poached.
Poached.
Nice.
Oh, I know your story. I remember now.
Oh, I know. Don't worry. We'll
Literally
get there.
just popped in my head.
I still have no idea who the fuck Neil is. Like, I don't know what your main name is.
What? You shut your goddamn whore mouth.
I recognize it, but I don't know what your main is. Which is why I got confused.
This is my name.
It's this kid. The fuck is this kid who suddenly auxiliary admin?
The one and only, mate. There's no copies. So I used to play with an org, a blob org, with a specific walled garden, and may have gotten into some trouble with said org's leader, because we were quite a good subdivision of said org. So when we used to have internal battles, we used to win quite a lot, which used to upset a few people. I then may
So many
have had a
hints.
friend who joined Mongrel Squad and would not stop telling me about how much better it was previous org I was in. So as I entertained the idea of joining as a prospect, someone may have gotten quite fishy about this and resulted in quite a lot of arguments. May have resulted in quite a lot of people leaving and finding refuge in Mongrel Squad. Safe to say I'm now banned from that org. It was a lot of fun for me.
Sacked because he couldn't remember his lines. Neil got sacked for being bad at gardening.
It was exactly. Who was that? Give them 10 points.
It's Jack.
Jack. Jack made me so happy yesterday morning, by the way. The sort of little hint that there was somebody doing some trading on one of his servers. I was like, yes! This is what we need!
Yeah, but that's just Jack clearing the bloody plate for himself so he can actually trade gold in peace.
Absolutely, I'm not gonna lie, agents will probably tell me off for it, but if that happens reliably every single time and then Jack comes down, buys his shit and leaves, I'd just let him. I'd just let him do it.
Well, that's the problem. Every time he fucking puts these messages out, I'm normally busy. It's either I'm in the middle of a piracy hit or I'm in the middle of doing something else. You gotta time these better, Jack. Right? If you want me pirating them, you gotta time it better. Jack just comes in, sees the guy. I'm gonna just buy one tick of gold, mate.
We still have one more story to go, by the way.
Or how did agents find Mongrel Squad?
Yeah,
I find
He typed it in and hit create.
This will help Chalet understand the situation a bit better, because we've not been very clear.
I'm in deep now, boys. I'm in deep.
I think for agent to rephrase it, why did you find a Mongrel Squad?
Why did I make Mongrel Squad? So for me, like creating Mongrel Squad, and then I'll talk about creating Mongrel Squad, then I'll talk about creating the Mongrel Corps and its organizations. So Mongrel Squad I made because I'd spent time researching Star Citizen, and I'm like, alright, I'm sold on the idea. This is like before we even had the game. All we had was the hangar module. Alright, I'm gonna buy in. I'll start small. Just start with the good old Avenger. And I'm like, alright, what do I want to do in the game? And I'm a bit of a glutton for punishment when it comes to playing video games. Like, I always try and put it on the hardest difficulty. If it's a solo game, it's like, I put it on the hardest difficulty possible, and I just keep hammering away until I beat it. And obviously Star Citizen being Star Citizen, you can't do that. So I'm like, all right, well, you know, what's going to be the most difficult thing to do in this game? I was thinking PMC to start off with. I'm like, no, I don't think, like, you know, I'm former military, so I'm like, I'm not that keen on doing that sort of stuff again. Like, you know, I really just want to be able to, you know, get stuck into things, have fights against other people, you know. I'm like, I should be a pirate. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll be a pirate. Go Mongrel 1, yeah. I'll be a pirate. I'll make a pirate org. And I didn't have any sort of lofty goals with it. It was like, just see how it goes. And then as I was playing Star Citizen, you know, once we got the baby PU, we had the Arena Commander module, then we got the baby PU, and then we finally got 3.0. You know, started gaining a small amount of members then. What is going on? Oh, I'm tapped out, that's why. Once we got to 3.0, that's when I was like, alright, you know, my goal was just like, just get piracy to work. Like, let's just make piracy happen. Every time, like, a new patch had come out, for even in the baby PU, it was like, alright, well, you know, I'll just steal ships, I'll just try and make piracy happen, fight other people, try and start fights, you know, just try and have as much fun, and milk as much of this as much value out of this game as I can, just in case it doesn't fucking become a thing. And as, you know, time wore on and mechanics kept getting added, but you know, it became more and more viable to do piracy. As soon as they added like combat beacons and the personal transport beacons, as soon as they added that, I was like, we can finally start extorting people now. You know, we can do extortion. We can't do, you know, ransom or anything like that because we need to take the ship, and bloody distortion damage was in a shit place at that time. So we started extorting people, trying to get that to happen, and, you know, we were like one of the first crews doing that.
Extorting someone.
Extortion is literally just showing up, QED someone, or back then we didn't even have QED, so you just disable them with distortion damage straight away, and then you'd contact them and, you know, send them a message and say, hey, you know, pay us X amount of credits or else we're gonna, you know, destroy your ship.
Nice. Continue.
So we started doing that, and then, like, as time wore on and distortion mechanics fleshed out more, we ended up getting the Mantis. You know, we started trying to branch out and do ransoming, and that was really what I wanted to do. Like, shipboardings, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to doing piracy gameplay, shipboardings are what pirates do. Like, you find your target, you board their ship, you wipe out the crew, you take their cargo for yourself, you know, transfer it, sell it off. And this was before, like, you know, a lot of people were sitting there going, oh, you know, boarding ships isn't a thing, there's no shipboarding mechanics yet, you can't do it, you know, distortion mechanics don't work, or, you know, there just kept being excuse after excuse from a lot of people in the community saying, you know, you just can't do it. And because I'd been doing so much testing to try and make piracy work, like, I worked out after a while that we had all the pieces that we needed, we just had to put them together. So we ended up, you know, pulling off a hit against somebody where we disabled them. We chased them down, disabled them, and boarded their ship to ransom it, but they, you know, just left the server. But that was the first time that we had actually done a live boarding against a target. Lever Lever's one of our, you know, one of our older members in Mongrel Squad. He'd done, you know, shipboardings as well. What was it, as early as 3.3, but this was one of those situations where it was like distortion was, you know, working randomly on a server. the pilot got out of the chair when they disabled the ship and it had crash landed on the moon and they were getting ready to get into an FPS fight. This was like before we had QED. So I'd seen Lever's video and I'm like, alright, it's possible, but there's so many, you know, conditions that need to be met that it's going to be really difficult to pull off. And that was the goal that I was working towards. It's like, we're going to get good at shipboardings. Like, that's what we're going to focus on. And to be able to do that, we need to be able to disable ships. And to be able to disable ships, we need to, you know, work out how to use distortion damage correctly. That's where we, you know, worked out how to use EMP and doing EMP suppression and EMP bursting. And as each patch cycle went on, you know, we would evolve with it. And, you know, I used to, well, I still do, frequent Spectrum, the official forums for Star Citizen, and, you know, talk about piracy, try and advertise Mongrel Squad, try and advertise piracy gameplay, you know, generate discussions around it, try and encourage other players to either raise the black or, you know, take up arms against us.
Love it.
And, you know, I had somebody that was adamant that it was impossible to do shipboardings. Like, you know, we don't have the boarding mechanics in game. And this was around the time where, like, we had just worked out all the pieces that we needed to put together and had started training and doing it. I'm like, no, you can do it. Fucking, you know, it is 100% possible. And then, you know, we finally did it against a live target. That was the one that I was describing. Actually, I'll find the video. I'm going to show you guys the video. Because it's actually, wasn't one of our first videos that we put out? But this was one of the first shipboardings that we did where we didn't have to do any sort of social engineering, anything like that. Like, it was a full-on forced boarding action.
So sweet back in the day.
Link it in chat here. Link it in all comms there. And I'll link it in chat for you guys. Ooh. Switch. Should be fine now. Story time with agents. That's the video there. Diamond Heist. That is actually a live boarding, our first live boarding against a live target. After concepting how we would actually do it from start to finish, and that's our first forced shipboarding against a target using QED and distortion damage to disable it. Now, a small fun fact, I actually had a chest infection then. I didn't know it until after the hit. But that was the proof that I ended up using to, you know, retort against this person. It's like, no, you can fucking do it. And this is, you know, video evidence of us doing it. And then we kept having more people, you know, turning around saying, you can't do piracy in game. And I'm like, I'm doing piracy all the time. I was streaming on Twitch at the time as well. And I'm like, you know what? You know, start making videos, start putting more videos out.
Vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
And yeah, that's how we kind of grew in notoriety. And the reason for making our videos was, you know, twofold. Promote, actually I'm going to put my blue away. Promote Mongrel Squad and promote piracy gameplay in Star Citizen.
The ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
And
Dude, that's sick.
I'd say we're probably one of the longest running active crews still getting around. Or, like, there's been piracy crews that have come and gone.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your
But not many of them were doing piracy like how we were for as long as we have. Like, a lot of them end up just, you know, ended up giving up primarily because of, you know, not being able to take the cargo off the ships. Like they'd be able to do everything up until being able to get the cargo off the ships, and they'll be like, oh, well, what's the point? Yeah, like that's kind of the origin story of Mongrel Squad, and we've just been, you know, on that slow grind of just trying to be the best that we can be at piracy.
Sure.
Now,
yeah.
Moving into the Mongrel Corps, though. So the Mongrel Corps is essentially an alliance of organizations that I head, and I created it as a to fulfill a need that I foresee. Refame, hello. I created the Mongrel Corps to fulfill a need that I foresee with gameplay in Star Citizen, and you know the longer term goals that I have with how I want to play Star Citizen. I want to be able to pirate capital class ships. So doing shipboardings on Idrises, Javelins, even Bengals, the Vandal ships and whatever other capital class ships we can get our hands on. I want to be doing shipboardings on that stuff. Oh, shit. Just hit something.
Yep.
Yeah, wreckage. But the problem is that logistics are going to dictate how we can and can't, operate. And everybody that joined Mongrel Squad, or the majority of people who joined Mongrel Squad, joined to be pirates. While some of them were willing to do a small amount of logistics, not all of them wanted to be involved with it. And the reality is like logistics win and lose wars. And being pirates, you're pretty much at war with you're at war with the universe. You're you're against everyone. So we need people who are inclined to do logistic gameplay and fulfill those roles.
Yeah.
So we need to find those deviants, as Exploitation is saying in chat. We need to find those deviants who love doing logistics and have no, scruples of who they do logistics with. Well, Jack, that's part of the problem, is that contracting out still puts you in a vulnerable position. And the plan is still to contract out to other organizations. It's just we can't rely on it as one of those things where we do it all the time. Like, we do need to have some internal capabilities ourselves. And that's what, why I created the Mongrel Corps, is that irrespective of, the landscape that we end up in, we will always have some level of logistical capability to keep us going.
Go a bit into logistics within this game and what you mean within the piracy logistics, as to someone who doesn't know what that is.
So what you're looking at there is how we keeping ourselves running out in the black. We don't experience it yet, but CIG does plan on making life for pirates to be a lot harder than what it is right now. So what you're looking at is, refueling, repairing, rearming, gaining supplies that you need. For criminal players, it's supposed to be a lot harder in lawful systems. We just missed a C2 leaving fucking Smo 22. Nick Pick and Balloon.
Shit.
I'm in a fucking cutter.
Can break out in the Sabre right now.
It's gonna jump in a moment. We'll miss it.
I'm calling a night.
No worries, Top Flip. Thanks for dropping in, man. But because, going back to the logistics stuff, because CIG intends on making it harder for pirates or criminal players to get, access to logistical services, we're going to have to get them from someone. Like, we can't just sit there and go, oh, well, I can't refuel my ships in that area because the law won't allow me to operate there. So we're going to need somebody else to do it. And CIG is creating and supplying the tools so that, people can operate away from civilization for long periods of time. So we can also leverage those same tools. We just need people to do that. So the pack rats are our legal logistical services, and they're the ones that are primarily responsible for logistical services such as refueling, repairing, rearming, medical, obtaining.
Oh, so because we can't come and do that because we'd be like criminals, we need people who are undercover to bring fueling ships to us, bring us food, bring us supplies, repairs, stuff like that. Is that what I'm? Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then the other side of it is that we'll end up having, we'll get cargo. It'll be, we'll obtain cargo that's stolen, or we'll need, goods that the pack rats can't get, like illegal stuff. Because, CIG is eventually going to start restricting items in terms of legality, what we can and can't have. But that doesn't mean that you can't get hold of that stuff. It just means that you're not supposed to have it according to in-game laws. So we need, a logistical capability to handle our stolen cargo, to obtain the stolen, or the illegal goods for us to use. So that's why we have the cartel. The other thing is that the cartel also, handles obtaining and selling merits. So that when we go to prison, instead of us having to spend, like an hour or two grinding out the merits that we need to be able to leave prison, or, like spending 6 hours plus escaping prison and running away from any potential bounty hunters, we just call up the cartel, pay a small fee for merits, they transfer the merits, and we're out of prison, within 5 minutes.
Love this shit.
I made a thing. I have a thing. I don't know if Agents is in my.
Welcome to Republic Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
Loading. Good to say.
Engines
I should have done the uploady bit before I said anything. I realise that now.
Do you think that piracy will ever be abolished?
No. If they abolish piracy, then, buddy, they're going to end up with lawsuits on their hands.
Oh shit!
There we go. I sent the thing. It's there.
Yeah. Chris Roberts wants piracy to happen. That he's the creator. So for him to abolish it, he's essentially he's falsely advertised his product if he tries to get rid of it.
Interesting.
I haven't seen this.
Agree. Get me out. Hurry! Someone will have heard that. Not without my effect.
Oh god, I'm gonna put that in a fucking... I need to put that in a tweet.
That's awesome.
I don't want to improve it. It was very quick bodge job just throwing.
No, that's that's perfect though. That's exactly how it should be.
Take off complete.
Feel free to steal it. There you go. There's all the permissions and shit you need for Twitter. Do it. Steal it. Put it up. And again, if I put it in one of the upload folders, have you already got me entrapped at that point because I provided it in the contract?
No, because you can't claim ownership of the clip.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I think Disney would take issue with that one. But if it's used in the context of it being a meme, and I'm not trying to monetize it, it should be fine.
Yeah, you'd be fine.
Okay, so we got a brief past, present of Mongrel Squad. What is the future looking like? What's your ideal future of what's to come? What do you see piracy evolving to and holding, I'm guessing, one of the biggest pirate organizations within the game.
So,
you think pirates could hold a lot of power?
We're not the biggest. Need to throw that out right away. Probably the most effective, maybe. You know, that's a bit of a stretch. But
we're influential. Like, we do have a small level of influence in that those who do know of us, they're either, you know, like, impressed with what we do, or they don't like what we do to the point of, you know, irrational fear. When it comes to, you know, future plans, right now we're gated behind what CIG allows us to do and what they've put it into the game. Piracy has really only just hit its true tier 0 at 318 with physicalized cargo, which means that we can take the cargo off ships and put it, you know, on our own. Before that, you know, like, we were piracy tier -0, which meant, you know, we were pretty much just hobbling mechanics together to make it work. Now that we've got, you know, now that we got tier, you know, 0 piracy, we're in this position where we're kind of like waiting for everybody else to kind of catch up with their stuff, with what they've got. We had piracy, you know, to the point where it was formulaic for us, and it's still carried over into what we're doing now. For future plans, it's kind of waiting on the game to evolve and catch up again. So, like, being able to pirate capital class ships is definitely a part of that plan. We need to wait until we kind of need to wait until server meshing, because for us, once we've got server meshing, the landscape changes again, and what we end up, you know, essentially the fishbowl stays the same size, but more fish get thrown in. And we need to, you know, deal with not only other pirate crews, which we're experiencing now, but we'll also have to deal with, you know, like, security orgs and also the larger blob orgs. A lot of people seem to have this impression that, you know, the lawful blob orgs are gonna, you know, be good and everything like that. And it's like, that just means that they're going to be a law to themselves. Then they're not going to be good. They're going to take care of their own first and foremost. And in that regard, corporate privateering is something that I foresee as being a staple for us, in that we're pirates for hire. So one organization will contract us to pirate their competition, and they gain plausible deniability whilst also being able to, you know, attack their own, you know, competition and diminish their capability. And depending on how we work out the contract, they may benefit more from it than, you know, their competition being diminished. We may be pirating on behalf of them to, you know, take resources away from their opponent and give it to them. So that's the direction that I'm, you know, moving towards, is that some people would call it mercenary work, but for us it's all, you know, illegal. It's, you know, corporate privateering, so we're pirating other people's assets. Say again?
I see the freedom side of it too.
Oh yeah.
We're going to be able to go off in little crews, and if we do come across like a little outpost built by some fucking org, we can call the boys in, the whole raid, take everything and leave without having to like worry whether it's some orgs, alliances, friends or whatever that we don't touch or whatever. It's just, nah, like, there was shit there, look at the end. Like, we get the freedom of it. Quite literally, think back to the golden age, just like, we can go and do what we want to a point. You know, there are little rules here and there, and there's something of a code, but we can be a bit more free with it, rather than being confined to some org that says, oh, you can't attack players in this area because we have a wonderful alliance with them. I very much doubt that's going to be anything that's going to take up for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, like...
But I don't know why, but when you just said that, I just viewed in my head Eventually, maybe organizations could have their own bunkers, and people could raid them.
That's one of the plans and intentions. That one of the ships.
Really?
That's what is it? Is it help me out?
Pioneer.
Is it Endeavour?
It's a Pioneer.
Pioneer. Sorry. Yeah, Pioneer literally can build. Well, the intent. It's a lot of hopium and copium, but the intent is that they will be able to go down and make outposts at places and occupy that space. The game's going to get a lot bigger. Like at the moment, you're operating one system. I don't know how much you know about the wider potential with the game and stuff, but there's going to be more systems, and players will be able to add to that environment and build it up, and that's something that's at least been talked about.
Holy crap. That's awesome. Okay. Holy crap. Exciting stuff. It's crazy.
The thing is, there's going to be whole orgs that will operate wanting to occupy space in a space, some sort of planet maybe, or area on a planet. And there's going to be others that just happy sitting in their little spaceship and literally playing Star Trek and exploring and shit. And I want to be able to hit both of those. But as Asian's already alluded to, like, that's going to be multi-layered, a lot of different things going on, a lot of people required. You're going to need people to perform roles that aren't necessarily the most desirable all the time to be able to achieve those, to be able to take down a capital ship. If you put it in current game standard, if there was a fully crewed Carrack, it would be quite difficult, especially if there's then like a dedicated marine team on board. Forget about the turrets for a second. The turrets are always going to be shooting at you. There's always going to be a pilot. There's always going to be someone missiling you. Or maybe there's a snub fighter that comes out as well. For us to actually take that down, we need to double or triple our numbers to be able to deal with it. But at the same time, the skill will factor in before anything else. If we do it on a daily basis and they're running around with fucking pea shooters and we board with the likes of the FS9 in our heavy gear, ready to go, ready to rock, we're in a much stronger position. It's all that sort of stuff. Like, this game's more about preparation for me. Preparation is everything in this game.
Teamwork is the key, though.
Sick.
And it also means that, everybody playing their role, and sometimes not everybody gets to do the cool, sexy stuff. Like shipboardings, everybody, all pirates. All pirates want to be boarding ships. But, you can't have everybody doing the shipboardings all the time, because you need somebody watching your back. You need people, providing security, providing overwatch. You're going to need somebody to, do a certain role that, like QED. Back in the day, it used to be EMP as well, but that's a thing of the past at the moment. We used to roll with dedicated Marines because of the way that ship disabling worked. We had to have Marines on hand so that they could jump out of the ship and do the shipboarding whilst we were keeping a ship, disabled and stopping it from coming back online. Nowadays, you don't need to worry about that. It's been piracy has been simplified a lot. 318 rolled around, and the simplification of piracy is it sucked a bit of the fun out of it for us, but at the same time, it was a necessary step that CIG needed to take in order to be able to encourage, piracy gameplay across the wider player base, because not everybody's crazy like Mongrel Squad and fucking, spend a couple of hours training and doing one specific skill set. Bloody breaking down the sequence of a piracy hit to the point where our training sessions are, target at very specific components of that attack, so that we can ensure that when we do go up against people who pirate them, we're successful.
I do miss. I know you know this, Asian, in it for everybody. Revealing it for a new edition. I really miss it, old school EMP suppression. The cycling, the call outs, that was probably, certainly in my history, maybe in something else up, but that was the peak of teamwork and coordination, because you had to get those EMPs at the right time, in the right place, and the next one had to be coming relatively, you had like a 20-30 second window maximum. You had to get the next one, cycling round, next one. Then it got to the burst thing where it was more about flying in positioning and doing that, and that came with its own set of challenges.
Formation,
now that
form, and things like that.
that whole element's just redundant now because we've got soft death, which you've said quite eloquently. It's you know, they had to do it. It does take away from a lot. Really wish it was much more achievable, and I hope CIG do make changes as soon as next patch. You never know, agents. They like to change distortion every single patch. You never know.
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly catch up on chat stuff here at the moment. So, Broke, the server, like, we've had 230Ks so far earlier, but in the last, I'd say, hour and a half, we haven't had too many issues. So I don't know if it's just population peaks or not. Answer asked the question, what do I think should be added to add some more depth to piracy like we had before? Realistically, the distortion mechanics need to be reworked so that we can do distortion suppression again, but it also needs to be, you know, self-destruct needs to be reworked in a way so that we can prevent it from being operated if we have the right tools and we do it correctly. Really, it comes down to making, like, giving us tools to be able to disable ships, and then making sure that disabling ships isn't as simple as soft death. Like, the soft death of a ship is something that CIG plans on doing. Like, it's been something that they were going to do. It was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So when we ended up getting soft death, it was no surprise to me. It's just kind of how easy it is to put a ship in soft death I take issue with, and that there's no, like, the downside for it
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the downside for soft death is that if you do it in space, you got to deal with EVA, and EVA mechanics will improve eventually, but it seems like there's no downside really to putting a ship in soft death. Like, if you get it into space, you're just better off soft deathing it. Like, distortion damage on a ship and disabling it that way in space puts us in a worse off position than soft deathing it. Not only because you can't stop self-destruct with distortion damage, but also that distortion damage doesn't stop a ship like instantly like soft death does. So we end up in this position where we use distortion damage to disable a ship. It keeps flying in a straight line, losing, you know, 1 meter of speed per second. The ship is disabled for 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute flat time. And what we end up seeing is that as soon as the ship starts back up, if the target's still online, the ship owner is still online, they'll just immediately accelerate and undo all the work that you just did for
Jesus.
Bloody disabling that ship. Like, I've done the math for, you know, disabling using distortion damage, 8 XJ3s, so, you know, a hurricane, 2 hurricanes or 2 Scorpius or whatever, 8 XJ3s will take 22 seconds to shut down a size 3 power plant. It only takes like half a second to accelerate your ship from, you know, I'll take a step back here. A ship flying at maximum speed, so you look at, let's look at a Herc, you're looking at like 900 something meters a second. If you disable it and it's down for 5 minutes, that means that it's going to bleed off 300 meters of speed. So it goes from 900 to 600. It's going to take less time for that C2 to go from 600 to 900 than it is for, you know, 8 XJ3 distortion repeaters to disable that ship. Is there a Spectrum thread about... I think I made one. It's probably old now.
Hi, Neil.
We on the same server again?
Yeah, the MSR is empty and floating above the pad when you to look.
If I made a Spectrum post about it, I haven't found it.
Neil and I are quietly in the background, server hopping to try.
Love it.
Tips on EU.
How did we go with that barrel? Okay.
It was sold.
Did-
I
yeah,
need
so
to
there was no
do all the
issues?
math for you. No, once we got that
that's
body
alright.
off my ship, it did get sold.
Oh, so sweet.
I need
Is
to
that a
drop
big
it.
load? Is that a full load?
Yeah, it was full.
No, C2 can take 600?
696.
And we got, like, was it 300 and something?
No, we got 696. We got it all.
Shit.
We just put it onto two
I need
ships
to go
instead
to
of the
work.
one.
Bye, everyone.
See, Silence, thanks for dropping in.
Silence.
Cheers, bro.
Man.
So, Broke,
That's sick.
the way that distortion damage works on ships, it actually, like, you're targeting the power plant. Distortion damage only builds up on components that are online. So if a component gets turned off, it doesn't receive distortion damage anymore. So when a ship gets disabled and you see people shooting at it with distortion damage, they're just doing it in the hopes that it'll keep it down for longer. It doesn't do anything. Once the component is offline, it does not receive distortion damage anymore.
It does
Yeah,
one
what-
thing, agents.
Yeah.
Fucks up my FPS.
Yeah, that's graphical glitch. Specifically with the repeaters.
And that's to be fair, the rage I had with people the other day. I was like, and it was with the orcs. They were just hounding the guy afterwards, and like, we're trying to board, and obviously we've got some of them have got a little bit of force effects. It's like, please stop.
Yeah.
Firstly, you're doing nothing, and secondly, my frames are going through the floor, and we're about to board. Stop firing.
Yeah. That's correct, Baba. You can't top up the timer by shooting it. So once it's off, that's it. It's off until it's on. And it'll dissipate specific rate of distortion damage per second until the time is up. Here's the thing though, is that if you turn that component off, it stops receiving distortion damage but continues to dissipate it. So, you know, this is one of those things. CIG has intended this to be a thing for so long. A lot of people don't know about it because it's a fucking useless method of trying to combat distortion damage. The ships that have multiple power plants, I don't know if you guys played around with Urkel, but if you put, you know, 2 power plants on most ships, it's got an excessive amount of power left over. Well, that's because the majority of ships are only supposed to run on 1 power plant. And they give you 2 so that you can have a redundancy there. The idea is that if you get attacked by somebody who's using distortion weapons, you turn one off. Turn one off, you let the other one get distorted, and as soon as that one goes down, you turn the other one on.
Interesting.
Neil, you want to set up for and then I'll sit higher up with
He
the
just
snare.
turned around and jumped out.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to have to call it here on the stream though, because I just realized that I'm late for a meeting that I had arranged with someone. Yeah, that's part of the reason why, Jack, a lot of people don't like the idea of doing it. But it's also that CIG, the information that CIG has on this is so spread out everywhere that you have to hunt it down. And you have to, you know, like, what was it? There's a post from a dev, like, was it 6 years ago now? Yeah, 6 years ago now, about how you could counter EMP. And that's where you find out about that. But then there's also, like, you know, where CIG's talked about how you can disable, like, why there's so many components on a ship, you know, like why there's 2 power plants, why there's 3 shield generators and things like that. Like the Saber having 2 power plants and 3 generators, the reason why it has that is because it's supposed to be a stealth fighter, and what you're really supposed to be doing is you run a stealth power plant and a stealth shield generator alongside with, like your military ones. But when you're trying to be, when you're being a scout and super stealthy, you turn off your military grade stuff and you just run the stealth components to reduce your signatures. And then when you're going to get into a fight, you start everything up and you're running military components alongside your stealth stuff too. That's the problem, is like, there's a lot of this, stuff that CIG intended on doing. They've gone and balanced components, and then they're like, oh, we'll come back to it later, and later still hasn't arrived. So, yeah.
And when you were mentioning it just before, and I think we did it when we took down the distortion weapons, can you briefly explain them? I'm assuming they're a type of missile.
No, so...
And it shuts off the power.
So distortion weapons are an energy-based weapon that allows you to be able to disable components without destroying them or without harming them. The idea is like, it's kind of like a stun gun, but for ships.
Nice. And that weapon can't do damage, so you need a ship, and you're in your crew. It's basically got this weapon equipped at the sacrifice of a weapon to attack.
Yeah, so it doesn't do lethal damage, therefore you can't destroy another ship with them. But you can turn it off if you are able to apply enough distortion damage to it, in which case if it's in gravity, that ship will fall. And if you disable it in gravity, it's going to be offline for 5 minutes, and it takes less time for gravity to pull a ship into the terrain. So if you do atmospheric combat and you disable a ship using distortion damage, it's going to crash.
And that's not what we want.
Well, no, that is what we want as pirates. So,
okay. We don't want to the crash thing is not destroying.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
okay.
The tactics that we use as pirates do have a small amount of nuance to them. If we want to disable ships, but not soft death them, you use distortion weapons to do it. But the problem, as I mentioned before, is that using distortion weapons on a ship in space means that it'll maintain its momentum and it'll slow down very slowly over time. Thing is, though, is that if you use those same distortion weapons in atmosphere, where there's gravitation, gravity from the planet or moon that you're on, they can't sail forever. They are going to eventually crash land. So if you take the shields down and then disable the ship by shutting it off, it's down for 5 minutes, it'll crash land on the ground. If you make sure that you don't do much lethal damage to the ship hull, it should survive the crash landing. Now, once it survives the crash landing, you can then do a boarding action against a ship with gravity on it. But if you soft death a ship and it survives a crash landing, the problem that you're facing there is that if it lands on its roof, you're relying on the moon or planet's gravity to be able to navigate that ship, and none of the ships are designed to be navigated upside down or on an angle that isn't anything other than flat, on landing gear. So because of that,
holy crap,
soft deathing ships in atmosphere or where there's gravity present isn't the best thing to do. Like, because if it survives the crash, the landing, which a lot of the time they don't, if it survives that, it has a higher chance of landing on its side or on its roof or something like that, in which case you can't do a boarding action. You just got to try and pull whatever cargo you can out of it. So, yeah, there's a lot more to piracy gameplay than meets the eye, and it's until you start like experiencing different hits, different cases, and you try out different things, different mechanics and all that sort of stuff, you really are gonna, you really don't get the full experience there. And that's actually one of the reasons why I created the Mongrel Auxiliaries. So one of the reasons why I created the Mongrel Auxiliaries was Mongrel Squad's barrier of entry into the org is actually quite high. You know, we have, you know, we do an interview with people before they join, just to test their knowledge, find out where they're at. But you know, we've had plenty. You know, we've had hundreds of people apply, and they're like, "I just got this game a month ago, and you know, now I want to try out for doing piracy. These are the ships that I've got, and you know, yada yada yada." And then we'll start asking them questions, and it's like, you've barely played the game. You know, if we bring you in, you're not going to be able to keep up, because you've got Star Citizen's learning curve, which is steep, and then you got the piracy learning curve, which is even steeper. And it makes it easier if you've got prior knowledge. So if you've done cargo hauling, if you've done mining, if you've, you know, played the prison loop, you know, escape from Klesha, if you've, you know, done bounty hunting and all that sort of stuff, if you've played the game for, you know, like a couple of months, you'll have a pretty good idea on how you do things. Well, yeah, it's not so steep
you
nowadays.
need the basics down.
But we ended up, like, we were turning away, you know, hundreds of players and saying to them, it's like, go play Star Citizen, you know, go play the game, you need to focus on these things. And a lot of them we just never saw ever again. And, you know, most of them just stopped playing. We're like, all right, Mongrel Squad doesn't really have the capacity to sit there and teach new players how to play the game. Because a lot of our training is orientated towards more advanced stuff. For us to go back to training, you know, without sounding egocentric, you know, like fucking tiny toddler stuff. You know, this is how you fly your ship. This is how you quantum travel. This is, you know, this is where you go to get these things and all that sort of stuff. We're like, all right, we don't have the time to be able to do that, but we're losing out on all these potential recruits. And a lot of people wanted to join us just to try piracy, and we're like, we don't want people who want to try piracy, we want people who want to be pirates. So I created the Mongrel Auxiliaries with the idea that it's going to be a casual organization, and it's going to be targeted at those who want to try piracy, who are new to the game, you know, who aren't able to commit as much time, or just don't have, you know, just haven't played Star Citizen long enough, and they're still learning the game.
Nice.
And then from there, it was like, well, we now have a pool of potential recruits that we can draw from. So we put pretty much, Mongrel Squad doesn't recruit externally anymore. We used to let people apply directly. We don't allow that anymore. If you want to join Mongrel Squad, you got to do time through the auxiliaries. And the reason for that is that
it's a trial.
Yeah, well, you do the trial with the auxiliaries, and then you do the trial with us. It's one of those things where it's like, one, you get to find out if you want to do piracy or not. Two, it's a casual environment, so there's not as much stress. In Mongrel Squad, it's like, all right, you need to be playing with the org and showing up for an event at least once per week. You do need to be training. There are competencies that you need to achieve. You know, and but I was about to say blending in. The word escapes me.
Molding.
Kind of like that. It's fitting in. There we go. You need to be able to fit in with the rest of the people in the org. Like, you need to be able to get along with others, because when we're doing piracy hits, you know, teamwork is paramount. You need to be willing to be able to do, you know, jobs that may not be fun all the time. You need to be potentially we'll be putting ourselves in higher stress situations, which is funny for a video game, but we'll be potentially putting ourselves in a higher stress situation where we go in with less resources than what other groups would to achieve the same goal, and we have to rely on each other and our skills in order to achieve the outcome that we're looking for. So
love that.
With that in mind, being able, like, fitting in, being able to get along with those who are in the org, having the skills, you know, all this matters a lot to us. And some people just don't want to play like that, or they don't have that sort of mindset, or they're just not at that position yet where they could keep up with the training that we're doing, to start off with. And they just need, an environment where they can incubate, and that's what the auxiliaries are. And if we need if it turns out like there's a huge piracy hit that we're going to do, and we need extra bodies, we've now got the auxiliaries that we can draw from and just go, hey guys, we've got this event on, but it's going to be a big hit. It's at this time. If you're able to be there, that's great. Make sure you're here ready at this time with this kit, and we'll brief you on what's going on site, and then move on from there.
Nice.
And
sweet. That's awesome.
I'm slowly building my little piracy empire. It's it's taking time.
Oh, well, dude.
The most important thing to me is that everybody's enjoying themselves. I want to make sure that's happening too.
Yeah. Well,
you might want to leave in the next minute or two, agents, because I think I might have a C2.
Yeah, I've already logged out of the game. The Piracy Garden, that's right. Alright guys, I'm going to call it there for the stream. I need to call it. Thank you very much everybody for coming along for the stream. It kind of wasn't that intense with piracy action. We kind of just moved boxes for the majority of it, and then I just told stories. But, kind of feels good.
Oh yeah, dude.
The next stream is going to be on Sunday, starting at 7:30 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time, GMT plus 10, and it's going to be a pack rat stream where we're going to be doing stuff with the mobile harbour. I don't know if there's actually going to be a piracy crew out or not. There might be. There might be, there might not be. But we're still going to do the mobile harbour and probably do some other logistics stuff. What that is yet is a surprise, even for me. DT asked a question, I only just saw it then. What makes a good candidate? I'm gonna answer this one, because this one I think is really important. What makes a good candidate? You mentioned fitting in. What traits do you look for? Team player is one of them. So somebody who's willing to, like operate with others, take on jobs that may be less desirable for the benefit of the team. Willing to help other people when it comes to doing, tasks. Doesn't matter if it's a good task or a bad task, that people are willing to put their hand up. Maturity is a pretty big one as well. Understanding that, real life comes first. We're all adults. We all got lives outside this game. And, giving people the benefit of the doubt when it comes to interactions that we may have, potential disagreements that people may have on how we should approach problems, or just philosophies that we all have. The maturity in giving people the benefit of the doubt that, hey, maybe they're not being as aggressive, maybe they're not being as malicious as I think they are. Cover teamwork, maturity, drive. People who want to improve themselves, not sit there and rest in their laurels. Not sitting there going, "All right, I've gotten good enough, and that's it." Having a sense of humor is definitely something that everybody needs, especially when you play this game, fucking. And experiencing 30Ks and all that sort of stuff, and just watching the fucking falling out of your ship after gaining a prize and you're the only person on it, and just watching it sail into the black, leaving you behind, or coming out of quantum travel and smacking straight into an asteroid. That I thought of a second ago.
honest with you, dude, I played games like World of Warcraft where there was like hundreds of people in guilds. And that was probably the best shit I've ever heard. Not gonna lie. It's you're pretty on point with it, bro. You obviously got enough experience to know what needs to be done.
Yeah, it's just going to take time.
Yeah.
It's got to be tough being the leader of a big org. I wouldn't say that.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I wouldn't say that I'm the leader of a big org. I'm the leader of, I'd say, an active org. But I also I look for people who want to also, take on leadership positions and who want to help. It's one of the reasons why I communicate my vision of what I want to do. Because if I do that and other people see that, if it aligns with what they want to do too, then they'll be a lot more inclined to want to help achieve that goal and be a part of that machine. Because at the end of the day, it's like there's only so much that I'm going to be able to do on my own. I need other people to be able to achieve my goals. And the fact of the matter is that if I've got these same goals, other people are going to have similar goals, and we can all work together to achieve the same goals and have the best experience that we can.
Yeah, dude. Because people, when you give people like positions that they want to do, it gives them a sense of purpose. Not just being told, do this, do that. It's like, no, you're in charge of logistics. Oh, sweet. Fuck yeah. Like, you've given that person a goal and purpose, and there's the drive. And yeah, you got it, dude. You already know. That's sick.
Yeah. Well, that kind of leads into the question that DT just asked in streaming chat is like, do you execute centralized, decentralized leadership? How much leeway do your subordinate leaders have to execute? And it's like, it's a level of decentralized leadership. So, the senior officers are in charge of their region, and I'll give my overall intent to them. This is what I want to achieve with Mongrel Squad, or this is what we're trying to achieve for the year. And then, I'll let them come up with their plans, and I'll come to them and I'll be like, I want us to do, more nightmare type scenarios for our simulations. And, they may ask for suggestions on what I was thinking. I'll be like, convoy, hits against convoys that have turret gunners and escorts. And they'll be like, sweet, we'll make that happen.
Sick.
Yeah, DT, that's it. I give my intent, give the limit of arcs that they can operate in, and then it's like, all right, you guys make it work the best that you can. And if they come back to me and say it's not possible or it doesn't work, I'll think about what the feedback that they've given, and it's like either they've missed something that I may have picked up on, or I missed something that they've picked up on and I need to readjust.
You sound like you've run like a fucking corporation in real life. There's no way you can be this fucking on top of shit.
I was in the military.
What's the word? Okay, yeah, that explains it. Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of the leadership principles that I'm applying now come from my time in the military, and the role that I had, like even though I was an NCO, the role that I had in the military, being a cavalryman, we had a very fluid relationship when it came to how we manage things. So we had our troop leader, who was an officer, who would be leading our troop, but then you'd have your crew commanders who were in charge of their vehicles. So I achieved the lofty rank of corporal as a crew commander of my ASLAV. So I'd be in command of a driver and sometimes a gunner, sometimes not, depending on the vehicle that I was assigned to. And I'd be operating that vehicle in conjunction with my troop leader, and they would give us our mission, they'd give us their intent, and then I would command my vehicle as best as I could to achieve my troop leader's intent and orders. So, but the thing is like, because I'm a commander, if I see things, if the battlefield starts changing, before my eyes, and what my troop leader's orders are no longer tenable, I still have his intent. So then, I modify the plan to achieve their intent, and then I make sure that I communicate that. And that's pretty much the same. Like all Western militaries operate on that same sort of principle. Pretty much, it came from World War II and the way that the US military did things, and it's evolved over time. And Australian Army picked up on it and have been evolving it as well. So we learnt a lot of lessons from World War II and made sure that we didn't repeat those same mistakes. And that's why a lot of the time Western militaries are a lot more successful in their direct action campaigns against other similar forces, and it only starts falling apart when they have to start dealing with irregular forces. But
nice, dude. Yep, I knew it.
Anyway, as I said before, I'm ending the stream, and if I keep going, buddy, I'm not going to stop.
Zelensky, stop asking fucking questions.
Oh no, it's not you, man. It's the guys in chat. All right, that's it for me tonight. I've already told you all the streaming time. Packrat stream on Sunday.
Nice.
That's it. Thank you all once again for coming along. I'll catch you all on Sunday.